Hey, everybody, getting ready to get strapped in here for the afternoon, probably on into the evening if everything goes right. I'm kind of hoping it does. Anyway, just I guess start off, man. There's a lot to reflect on over the past 50 years. I thought I would take this time this month to do it. It was pretty much June. Everybody getting ready to get strapped in here for the afternoon. Let me get that off. I'm monitoring Facebook over here on the other side on YouTube. But anyway, it's a matter of just reflecting on the past 50 years. I know that there was a lot going on, and a lot has happened over that time. Basically, I started out. I've got the whole story here in the book that I wrote I wrote the book back in 2015. Just I guess the way I describe it is a 9-year-old kid taking guitar lessons and where the musical journey, took me over the years. And really, I just had a full desire just to want to play the guitar. That's about it. And I was 19 years old. Of course, I'd been to Georgia, from 1967 to 1972 when I graduated high school from boarding school, and went back to Jersey for a year, but pretty much got eaten up by the music while I was in high school, and figured that I didn't want to work a regular job and have to deal with that. So I made my way back. Anyway, it's just it's gonna be an all-day thing. I'm gonna play some videos. I'm still trying to negotiate, how to play some stuff, and I think I'll be able to pull it off. I'll probably take a break now and then, and maybe throw the banner back up, and come back in. But I'm gonna try to run continuously as long as everything goes. I can sort of monitor comments over here, which is kind of cool. I see John Muller, my buddy up in Jersey. Been a long time and attendee of the shows I did in Jersey for a while, and wife Jolie. I see Frank over in Clarksdale, Mississippi. So good to see you guys. I'm going to try to, I guess, negotiate this thing and see what I can come up with. I know I can play some videos if I need to. I did this a week or two ago when I was crashing and burning on the on the original one. But if I can, let's see. You know what I might do here, just to give a little intro. I'm going to go into the book here, and I tell the whole story on chapter 9 of the book Hurricane, and it talks about when I was entering Brookdale College in Lincroft, New Jersey, back in the fall of '72. What really put me over the top was I had gotten this job working in a factory. It was posted on the bulletin board at college, and it was an industrial job, and it was in a horrible factory. And it was what I had to do. They would bring these dump truck loads of these government ballpoint pen casings. This is like a ballpoint pen, but I mean, it was the government, U.S. government ballpoint pen casing. Dump truck loads of them. I mean, just absolutely a mesmerizing pile, and they would dump it right in front of the door. And my job was to take a shovel and shovel these pen casings into a machine. And when the machine got full, I would turn it on, and it would grind it up into a plastic, almost powder, but not quite, but just grindings, just kind of like, look like coffee grounds, plastic. And then after that was done, I would take that and shovel it into another machine. And it would go around a process. And at the end of that process, I would open the machine, and it would come out being these marshmallow looking things. This is a guitar pick right here, but a marshmallow looking thing about that size of styrofoam, which is what you pack stuff in to send in packaging. This is what the job was. And this industrial complex in Jersey was just a horrible place. It was, and plus the weather didn't help. This was like running into October and November. It was just the long dark cloud thing was starting to set in. It was cold and rainy. It was horrible. And I remember working there I did a full day, and I went home that night. My mom was there, and she was like congratulating me for having a job and calling me, her little working man and all this. And it really kind of scared me, pretty much. But I went back to work the next day, and I'm doing it again. And it seemed like I felt like, I was working. I did a couple of shovel loads and processed the stuff and shoveled it back out and sent it on the way to the truck for the packing. And I thought, felt like maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours had gone by. And I looked at the clock and it was like 15 minutes. And I said, man, there's just no way. And plus it was cold. The place was horrible. And it started pouring rain, and then rain started flooding into the place where I was working. Finally, I just took the shovel, threw the shovel down, told the boss, I said, it's all yours, man. And I walked out of there. And that's how it came about. So anyway, I go home that night, and I'm sitting in my bedroom at home, and I'm just like, I'm thinking, there's just no way I can do this. I can't do a job like that. But my poor dad, worked in an office. Now, my dad was very talented and technical minded, and he had a great career of mechanical designing and drawing. And there are machines out there and motors and engines and things that are still functioning on his design, mainly in the Mack trucks and John Deere. So he was very smart, and he worked in an industrial setting, but he was contributing to it. It wasn't just grunt work, and so I admired him for that. And my mom was a government administrator for the U.S. Army, and she worked for the Army for many, many years, processing, especially during the Vietnam War. She was processing folks in and out of the country, going to all locations around the world, but a lot of the Vietnam War. And a lot of some of my friends now that I know that passed through, I never did hit the military. I just cleared the draft by the skin of my teeth, but that's another story. But basically, there's friends of mine that were processed, through my mom's venue where she was working. So, but anyway, I'm sitting at home that night, and I'm thinking, there's got to be a better way to do this. And I'm not going to sit here and read the whole chapter. I can pretty much remember what happened because I wrote it, and I can. And I'm thinking there's got to be a way around having to suffer through something like this, and and going to college and getting an education and learning something that you have something is good. And I had a passion about music. Now, the one thing that separated me from that was when I was 9 years old to when I was about 13, until I went away to school. I went away to school at 14, but I took guitar lessons from when I was 9 till just before I turned 14. And I took guitar lessons regularly. I could read music. I could play out of the book. I could do the thing. I didn't really like it, but I could do it. And I did it. I had a stack of books, I'd say probably, 2 feet tall, of books that I went through, going through the motions, playing the notes, learning the staff, all that stuff. And that's good. That's what saved me in the long run. So I sat there that night and I started looking in the phone book, and I thought, maybe I can get a job teaching guitar lessons. I never taught lesson 1. I may have showed somebody something somewhere, but I could pretty much play. The fact was that, having been away at school those years, in 1971, I was in the school band and drum major of the high school band my senior year and everything. But during my junior year, I got eaten up with the music around Georgia, and pretty much the Allman Brothers Band was, just coming to the surface. They were still playing junior, senior proms and local places, and doing free concerts in the park, and they were really laying down a legacy from the beginning. And so what happened was I'd gotten starting to go in the concerts, and the first big concert the Allman Brothers Band did was in '71, and I went in there and I stood in front of the stage, and I always say that I was ruined from the time I walked in to the time I went out, because I stood about 8 feet from Dwayne Allman and watched him play, and I never seen anybody play guitar like this. And so I walked out thinking, I never learned that coming along in the 4 years I was taking guitar lessons. But anyway, that's what gave me the passion, was witnessing music like that, early on. But I had a basic knowledge and education. So I called a couple music stores, and mentioned that I'd be interested in teaching. They would ask me what my experience was. And this one lady in a store, had me come in for an interview. And I went in that night and talked to this lady. And she owned a really very nice, older lady. There had been a partnership in this business, and the gentleman that was her partner in the business was killed in an auto crash. And so they were still pretty much in shock of that. Evidently, it just happened. But she told me, I went in there, and she says, "Well, how long have you been teaching?" And I said, "Oh yeah, I've been teaching like 4 years." Yeah, that's a ticket. And I didn't know anything. But what I kept in the back of my mind was that if I could just teach somebody the way I learned, which was one note at a time, one string at a time, one fret at a time, just one thing at a time, and I could teach them and show them something, I could do that. And that's how it worked. And so she hired me. And then a few days later, I come back from my first guitar lesson, and in walks a little girl about 6 or 7 years old with a guitar in her, holding her guitar in her hand like that. And they say, "Well, here, Roger, here's your first student." I'm going, "All right, there it is." And so I sat down and I did it. Showed her how to play E, F, and G on the first string, and told her to practice that, come back next week. A couple more students, signed up, and I did the same thing. I just taught the way I learned. The teacher that taught me, I learned from what he taught me. And so anyway, time goes on. I get a pretty good little array of students there. But that 1 year, but I was ready to, come back to Georgia. So I packed up and headed back. A friend had put me in touch with a gentleman that was running a music studio. He was teaching guitar lessons at a music studio on the north side of Atlanta. And his name was Sid Askew. And he had a good little reputation of teaching guitar. He's kind of an eccentric kind of guy. I really couldn't figure him out, but he was a good player. And it wasn't like he hired me, but he gave me an opportunity to move into this building on the north side of Atlanta in the Buckhead section of town. And so I did that. I moved in, and he said, basically what we're going to have to do here is build a business and start from the ground up. And by doing that, it's a matter of like taking out an ad in a local, entertainment paper, and talking to the music stores, and just passing the word around and making it happen. And that's what it required. But I was living upstairs in this building, and it was probably about a month or so before I actually got the first student. But I'm sitting there one night, and I'm thinking, like, man, what am I doing here? What am I thinking? And I'm 19 years old, but I didn't give up. I just, and finally one day a student signed up, and I started teaching him the same way. And, maybe a couple days later, I got the second student. And so I had two students. And then I think one student, I got up to about 3 students. I think then one knocked off, after a couple of weeks, just for one reason or another. uh, seemed to be that they were pleased with my approach and the way that what they learned. But sometimes they were kids. I think I had one adult, and a mom was bringing their kid, and sometimes I could make the lesson, sometimes I couldn't. It's just that kind of thing that goes on. And so I think I lost a student, and I gained a couple more. Finally, along the line, I'm starting to roll a little bit teaching, and I'm getting I'm running, I'm making a little bit of money. Finally I found a place to live. Had a $80 a month garage apartment, a few miles away, and was just kind of eking out an existence. But a couple of music stores around the area. The one owner of the one, there was two music stores that used to go head to head with each other, and the one sort of took me under their wing and embraced what I was up to. They saw I was young and hungry and trying to think about doing it, but I cared about it. And so the owner took me under his wing, and he allowed me to rent instruments, take instruments out to rent, for students, and just whatever they could do. They had their own teachers there too, but they were very, very accommodating and very considerate that way. So one thing led to another, and I'm rolling along about a year or so, I think, and I'm teaching. I've got a good little crowd. Basically, what it was, one kid came in, and I'm still teaching my original way. I'm just teaching basic music theory and reading, and so I'm thinking, how long? I'm wondering how long can this go on like this? I mean, I did it for years, and but something. But I still want to play. I want to play guitar. I mean, I was learning guitar licks, and I still was eating up with, playing rock and roll, and I learned some BB King licks and Allman Brother Band licks and Jimmy Page licks, and just love playing guitar. Everything from Jimmy Page to Doc Watson. I love the guitar, and so one day, and I tell the story in the book here. Kid came in, and it was as I remember, he was pretty much of a clean cut kid in a school uniform. I think he was going to a private school somewhere in the north side. And he came in with a guitar in one hand, and he came in with a record album in the other. and he told me, he said that he says, well, I'd like if you would just show me something on this record, that I can have some fun with. And I said, well, and I was not I wasn't thinking out of the box yet. I'm still thinking, well, you need to have some background. You need to learn a few things. The last thing the kid wanted to learn, was the last thing he wanted to learn was Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, one string at a time. I know that, and I think that turned a lot of people off, along the way. I know it kind of turned me off when I was learning, but I never stopped, and I just kept learning, and finally something came around. But he said, just show me something on this record that I can, play with and, have some fun with. When he said, have some fun with, that was kind of like, that kind of resonated with me a little bit. So back in those days, and I had record albums and a record turntable set up, in my little studio there where I was teaching. And I was, I remember I was learning songs myself. I was learning guitar licks and trying to, I was in a band and we were, learning stuff. So back then there was no YouTube and, CDs and things to downloads to learn from. I mean, everything you had to put the record on and basically ruin the record to learn the lick. And I ruined plenty of records learning licks. But I put this one record on, and I always tell the story that I think it was Led Zeppelin 4, and the song was Black Dog. And there's a lick in there that's it goes down like that, and that's just the basic lick of the song. And it's not, but I was tuning up to it, and the kid, he was telling me, he says, well, show me that, and I'm like, okay, well, let's go there. So I show him just that first part, and he's sitting there struggling with it and eking it out, and but really just determined to get it. And he just he left there. He says, "Man, I'll have this perfect next week." I said, "I'll get it down." And he left there, and he was glowing. And so I think I'm 20 years old, not quite 21 yet, but I'm sitting there, and I'm making a little living doing this, and got an array of students and things. But he left there, and I just sat there mesmerized, thinking about well, what just happened. And then after that, it seemed like that my phone didn't stop ringing for 10 years. And all of a sudden, I was the cool guy on the north side of Atlanta that was teaching kids what they wanted to learn. Pretty soon, I had kids carpooling after dinner in one of their parents' cars. You had 4 kids in a car with each one with a different record album and their electric guitar, and they wanted to learn either Stones, and the Boston album the vinyl wasn't even dry on it yet. It was coming out. Humble Pie, Led Zeppelin, you name it. They were bringing the stuff to me, and I'm learning it on the fly. And I almost had them sign a waiver each time. I said, "All right, now we're gonna have to listen to this record and use this record here." So, but I said, if it doesn't play right, you got to understand that. He goes, "Yeah, I know, we're cool," and that's the way it worked out. And so I stayed busy that way for many, many years, and I was in that one location from 1973 to 1980. And I had also gotten a part-time job in 1974 on a radio station on the weekend. So I was teaching guitar lessons during the week and working on a radio station on the weekends. And that was in addition to the broadcast experience I had in early 73 to 74 when I went to work on the Georgia State FM station. And so I had interest in broadcast, and I had interest in music, and I loved doing both. And that's kind of how how it worked out. So from about 1980 to 85, 1980, I moved over to a storefront, still in the north side of Atlanta, on a main street, and I started selling books and strings and used instruments and stuff, and still teaching one-on-one. And I guess I averaged an amount of about 50 students a week. That was my average. There was one time where my schedule actually reflected 80 students a week, and my head was coming off. That wasn't that way for a long time, but at one time there was a lot. And you always have to figure in cancellations and postponements and things, and that's just the nature of the business. And I dealt with it. That was fine, but that was still the schedule I was running, and it's still playing in the band and then playing and broadcasting on the weekends. So on radio, and it was exhausting. But at about 1983, I pretty much, or 85, I should say, I kind of had enough, and I ended up closing the studio, and just because I was really just burnt out. But I didn't stop playing, stopped teaching for a little while, but I transferred the ownership of the registration of the business to my home, and I kept the spark alive as far as keeping that going. And every now and then I would teach a lesson, but I was still playing in a band. And then I went into broadcast full time in Atlanta, I was doing traffic on the radio, and actually working for about 8 radio stations at one time, freelancing. That's when radio stations were going head to head across town with each other, and it was all terrestrial radio. And now they've all been what they refer to as being clear channeled. They're all down the hall from each other under one ownership. But that was back in the day of what I call real radio. And so between that and then, of course, when my first son was born in 1984, and things were just growing, but I kept the business alive and stayed in the broadcast business for a long time. Still was playing in a band, kept that going. did broadcast until 1986 when I went full time to CNN. And by this time, I'm raising a family. I'm 87. By that time, I have two little boys, and still playing in a band, still trying to cut that music thing out, and then now and then teaching a guitar lesson. And then later on, about 1990 or so, I started teaching part-time at another store, an occasional student under my own guitar studio name, and kept that going. And then once the internet kicked in, I went online with a website and started doing online lessons and things. So it's never really stopped. It really has really kept going. So that's kind of the story. And we're talking about 50 years here. So that's kind of, I guess, that kind of the way it is. If I can, I think I found the way how to, I remember how to do this now. I'm going to go over to a couple of videos here. There's been some great things that have come along, along the line. And let's see if I can pull something out here. I'm going to do a, this is the thing I was going to tell you. When I left Jersey, I'm from a little town called Keansburg, and one of the reasons I had left to go to Georgia was because the town itself at the time, back in '67, when I graduated from the 8th grade, didn't have a high school. That everybody had been being bussed around to other schools in other townships, and my folks didn't really want me to have to deal with that, and they wanted to send me to a military school is what they were talking about, just because and that kind of freaked me out. But then my mom and I had visited Georgia in '66, and I kind of fell in love with the South. And I went back and asked them, I said, maybe you could send me there. I said, if that works out, knowing that it was never going to happen. And they went, yeah, okay. And my mom was from the South. She was from Atlanta, and she remembered Georgia Military Academy. And, I felt good there. So I said, if you try to send me there. And then she wrote away for the information, and it came back. The name had been changed from Georgia Military Academy to Woodward Academy. And the military thing was being phased out just because of the unpopularity of the Vietnam War and everything that was going on at the time, 1967, 68, all that. Rough times then, rough times now, But but it worked out, and I went away and did it, and came back playing my guitar. So that's how that worked out. But anyway, I'm going to play a video here. The town Keansburg, it was, I left there, and I was pretty glad to get, to be somewhere else. But as it is now, I still am in touch with them, and I've gone back to the town and worked with the Historical Society, and my childhood was there, and my memories are there, and it was all there, and the memories are still there, and there's still good people there. And so I've been back numerous times to contribute, and I'm still in touch with them quite a bit. So this song here, this is the song I wrote about Keansburg, and if I can pull it up, which I will, it's called "Coming Home to Keansburg." So I thought I would feature this for y'all, if I can get it to roll. There we go.
I'm back in Jersey, driving near the Bay Shore. I think about the old times there and the way they were before. After so many years, so strangely it seems, The car seems to drive itself to exit 117. My whole childhood passes right before my eyes. The memories flood in loud and clear. I thought they all had died. All the folks I ever knew, now I think they're playing tricks. They're all riding with me down Highway 36. No matter where I go in this world, I still think about coming home to Keensburg. To love it, you have to leave it. That's what I've always heard. Still, I always find myself coming home to Keensburg. Says no left turn. When I get on Main Street, the memories start to churn. It won't be long now, just until I see welcome to Keensburg and the sign at Dixie Lee. From the shores of the Raritan Bay to the Garden State Parkway, memories I carry now with me will always stay. From the Keensburg Amusement Park to the tip of Sandy Hook, the Bay Shore's rich history is the main chapter in my book. No matter where I go in this world, I still think about coming home to Keensburg. Love you have to leave it, that's what I've always heard. Still, I always find myself coming home to Keensburg. Love you have to leave it, that's what I've always heard. Still, I always find myself coming home to Keensburg. I'm coming home, coming home, I'm coming home to Keensburg. I'm coming home, I'm coming home, I'm coming home to Keensburg. I'm coming home, I'm coming home, I'm coming home to Keensburg. I'm coming home, I'm coming home, I'm coming home to Keensburg. Coming home, coming home, I'm coming home to Keensburg. Coming home, coming home, coming home to Keensburg. I'm coming home, I'm coming home, I'm coming home to Keensburg. I'm coming home, coming home, I'm coming home to Keensburg. I'm coming home.
All right, so that's that one video about the hometown, and I gotta thank videographer John Schneider out of Keyport, New Jersey, for filming that. We got to, we got to shoot that on the Jersey Shore and put in some stuff. And funny thing about that song was back in 2017, the town was celebrating the 100th anniversary of the town being founded in 1917, and so I was planning on going up for that with the historical society of the little town and the people there, and participating in it. And John put something out on the internet, on the invitations and everything, that be sure to come see former resident Roger Wilson playing his new song "Coming Home to Keansburg." And I had not written the song yet. And I'm like, okay, so if you're given a deadline, then you kind of jump on it. And I did, and I put that together, and did a little acoustic version of it. And we put it on the video. It's also on the CD that was shown there at the end, called "Memories of Keansburg, New Jersey." And the way that came about, the town is it's a little square mile town, right as you head down from the city, from New York City, and heading south on the Jersey Shore. This is the first point. It used to be the first point what you could really go to a beach. It wasn't the ocean. It was about 10 miles from the ocean, but it was the Raritan Bay, and it was the first place you could actually stop and go to the beach somewhere. I think there's another town a little bit north of it now, a couple of towns that have opened up since then that offer that. But back then, this is the first place you could stop. And so we had an amusement park and a little beach, and it was just it was great. In the summer, it was wonderful, for a kid to grow up in. And so it was it was great. A little depressing in the winter for a kid, but then after I went away to school and came back after high school and was going to college, I sort of got to appreciate the winters and the solitude of the area. But it was just that upbringing that I had, that I loved and and enjoyed it. So I was willing to go back and participate in it. That's how the song came about. And sometimes things happen when you least expect it. So anyway, I'm seeing the comments here. A few of you folks, I appreciate you jumping in. Of course, I saw Frank back there. Frank's originally from New York, a good friend of mine. Met him in California. He was living out there. Now he's over in Clarksdale, Mississippi, at the home of the blues, and just enjoying life over there. Which is that's where something in the water about Mississippi that transcended American music out to the rest of the world. And my buddy Jim Gilson, who Jim and I have been doing some videos together. He's a wonderful videographer, a former CNN colleague, and appreciate the 50th there. So Jim and I have been doing some work together on some projects, and hopefully we'll be continuing to do that too. And John, of course, I'm glad you received your CD. We're going through the end of the year. I've got 28 CDs out, along with a bunch of other singles. I'm thinking by the end of the year, I hope to have maybe 30. But I'm going to release another compilation somewhere, and I think a Christmas EP coming out. And there's about 3 new songs that are in the lurch now that could show up. But weekly right now, we're sending out an email just with a special free shipping and $10 price on all the CDs in chronological order. So this week, the 3rd CD went out, The Business of the Blues. If you're interested in checking on that, you can send me an email at roger@hurricanewilson.com. The email address should be somewhere else, but I'll just put it in there. If you'd like to be on our list and just to stay in touch, would be nice to have you along. But like I said, this is a pretty informal thing happening here today. I'm planning on doing it from now till 10. It's we're almost at the first hour, so 45 minutes in right now. I'm planning on doing it all day. I'm going to play some, I got some other hour-long videos and things in there that I'm going to try to show, and just kind of come back and maybe tell some stories. If anybody's got any comments, anybody's got any comments, or you want to, chat a little bit in the chat there, we're doing that. I see, Jim, that ruining records, learning licks. There's a lot of guitar players out there that have ruined a lot of records to learn a lot of licks over the years. That's something that we just used to do. Lacey Delane over in Oklahoma, thank you for checking in. Bill Whitley, man, great drummer, good friend. We played some gigs together. I've got a couple of few students that have done some pretty good things. Randy Chapman in Atlanta was coming to me when he was just a little boy, and we had a couple of good stories to tell about that. But he came to me back when I was back in the 70s. There's a buddy of mine. His name is Will McBride. He's got a Will McBride band. You can check him out. He was a student of mine back in late 70s, early 80s, and then worked on my road crew when I had the Roger Wilson band, and went on, to become a successful engineer. And he's got his own band in North Carolina now. I'm getting ready to feature his music on my radio show, which airs weekly. So I'm also still trying to shake a summer cold here that kind of came along. That hasn't happened in a while, but there's and there's a few folks out there that are still playing that keep in contact with me. A lot of them, like I said, were little kids at the time, and now they've got their own families and still show up. And I guess after all the years, and somebody comes up, and I think that I'm there's another gentleman that's right now. His name is John Seckman, and this is the funny story. He's playing bass with a very well-known and acclaimed Chicago tribute band, doing music of the group Chicago. And I was doing a gig with them on New Year's Eve in Macon, Georgia, and I had the book laid out. And he started browsing through it, and he saw that there was a chapter in there about teaching guitar lessons. And he told me, he says, I took guitar lessons from you in the 70s. And I'm like, whoa. So there's some guys out there that are doing it. The main thing was, I wasn't trying to really push anybody to be a prodigy or take the world by storm or anything. I think I was just trying to pass on what I knew and had a lot of fun doing it. It's still fun. I still like playing guitar. And if I can just keep it simple and stick to that, then I'm okay. I'm not really teaching full-time anymore. I still have the studio website up, and I am taking on a student now and then. I'm not doing a weekly routine thing like I did for so many years, but if there's somebody out there that has a question about something and they want to, grab a update or a refresher or something, I'm all about doing that. Did some online stuff, and I've got, a couple things happening, but, I did it for so long and enjoyed it. And I figured there's a lot of young teachers out there now that are doing some really cool stuff too. But, there was the time I said I was doing it so much that I felt like that after a while I didn't really have anything else to put out there, because I had, emptied the coffers for some reason. But there's always something to pick up on. And I still, I was doing a gig with somebody recently, and it was a little part in the song that I saw that they were not playing. They could have made it a little bit more diversified in this one turnaround in a song. And I said, hey, try this right there, and I'm thinking, I'm feeling it all come back, like that's what I did for all my life. It's just point somebody on the fingerboard over there and show them how to do something. And so it was, it's still there. I got to say that. If I ever was told that I'd be, sitting here, 50 years later and doing it, I don't know if I would have believed you or not. it's pretty crazy. But Bill, man, it's great to see you there, man. And you know, that gig in Macon, Georgia, man, I was trying to, you know, I had been on the road using a lot of different great players across the country. I mean, I had some good rhythm sections in California, and I had some great rhythm section in the Northeast, and there was guys, you know, like yourself around Atlanta, that, you know, that would fill in and do it with me. And I was trying to remember who was playing drums with me on that gig, but yes, we were in Macon, Georgia, and Ronnie Hammond, the vocalist from the Atlanta rhythm section, was our sound man that night. And that was the last time. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us, and he was such a great guy, such a great singer, just a sweetheart of a guy. But he was having he was suffering a rough patch at the time, I remember, and I know he's sorely missed, but was a really great guy. And I remember those guys, the Atlanta rhythm section. Now that we speak of them, the original guys, they had embraced me for some reason. Barry Bailey, especially. Of course, Buddy Bowie was the backbone of it, head songwriter, and basically the guy that created it at Studio One. And of course, I had J.R. Cobb. You know, I mean, I was just, I guess, young and hungry, and they knew that I was sincere. I know I was probably a pain in the neck, but they let me come in and listen. And I remember being in the Studio One back in the 70s while they were recording the song Champagne Jam. And Barry Bailey had embraced me very much so, even up until just right before he passed away. You know, he was watching me on a live video, and he actually honed in and commented and said I sounded good. And you know, when guys like that, you know, tell you sound good, you really run with that for sure, no doubt. But yeah, those guys, you know, they were inspiration too. I mean, as far as writing, as far as studio techniques. Rodney Mills, who I'm not sure is listening today, but down in Fernandina Beach, he and Mary, we stay in touch a little bit. And Rodney Mills was in the studio, and I was in there, and they let me come in and just sit and listen. They didn't do this with just anybody. I mean, they could have just said, you know, get out of here, kid, and I'd been out of there. But Buddy liked me, and they embraced me. I think they knew that I meant well, and I was trying not to be a pain in the neck. But they let me sit in and listen, and I was sitting in there with Barry while he was working on guitar licks for, I think it was the Ballad of Lois Malone on the Champagne Jam album. But then another night I was in there, and Ronnie was in the booth singing, doing vocals, and Rodney Mills was there, and I'm over in the corner. I'm sitting there quiet. They don't even know I'm there. I mean, I'm there, but I'm not there. And I wanted to keep it that way. And Rodney was working with Ronnie Hammond. And Ronnie was in the booth, and they were doing something on the album Champagne Jam. It might have been the song I'm not really sure which one it was, but could have been. It was definitely that album. And Ronnie would sing a line, and it would sound good. It sounded great to me. Now, by this time, I'm about 22, 23 years old. You know, I'm playing professionally. I'm teaching. You know, I'm a kid. But I got an ear, and and I'm learning. And I hear him sing a phrase, and sounds great. But he'd stop it, and he'd go back, and he'd go, Ronnie, you got to do this. He's talking about some little inflection, some little thing in the voice. I didn't hear it. I mean, I'm going, sounds good to me. You know, and you get a lot of that from folks that don't have an ear and love music, and they hear it and it sounds good. That's cool. But you're really honing in on each little molecule or decibel of sound or whatever the unit is they talk about, you know, in there on an inflection or something or a phrasing that he was talking about. And they must have gone through this one line, must have been 10 times. Finally, after they're doing this, I'm starting to get what he's talking about, and I'm thinking, okay, that was, you know, a accent on this word more so than this last word, and it was back and forth like that, and And I'll tell you, so a few years ago, I was down in Florida, and I caught up with Rodney and Mary. We went out and had a coffee and sitting there talking. And I told Rodney this. I said, man, I've got a little home studio. I sit right here in front of this computer and I record what I do now here, thankfully. And I told him, I said, man, you didn't know what you were doing at that time for me, because I was listening, I was watching what you were doing. And I was amazed. So when you hear one of these records, one of these songs on the radio, now Rodney had done the Leonard Skinner, the final album, Street Survivors. He had engineered Greg Allman's solo album. Just there's a list that goes on. I can't even begin to fill it in of the ones that he's done. But when you hear these records on the radio, it's like the general ear is going to think, that they just went through and sang it one time and done it. I mean, there's work that went into these records, hours and hours and hours of getting the vocal right and the guitar right and the sound right and the drums right and everything else right. I'm trying to keep it a little bit simpler and just try to get it on the, first several takes, and hopefully, and then I'm learning how to add a little bit of EQ here, and I'm learning stuff still at my age, but at least I'm still learning. And I go back and listen to my old recordings that I did here, about 5 or 6 years ago in this little studio rig that I have, and I'm learning a lot more. So, but I told Rodney that. He didn't realize it. He says, man, I really needed to think about maybe, that I was, more inspirational than I thought I was, And I said, well, you weren't worried about it. You were trying to get that vocal right with Ronnie, and I was there. I was just picking up what you were doing, and I'm still using it. And so he was pleased to hear that, and I was pleased to tell him about it. So that was kind of cool. But yeah, Bill, Rodney, man, I'll tell you, he's still he had pretty much an illness over the past year or so, but I know that he was recovering and back in his mastering booth a little bit. I see Charlie Frank there. Charlie, wow, man. Yeah, you're naming all the stuff. Fat Rick's Barbecue. Yeah, Rick Betts. He might be on here sometime today. I think I invited him. Riverfront Blues Festival. Bayou. Oh, yeah, Bayou Blues. Is that the one? That was the one in Maryland. I forgot about it. I couldn't remember the name of that place. And then, of course, Clingers and the Relax. I've still been going to the Relax up until a few years ago, right before COVID. We're still going through there doing a solo on the way to the Northeast. Haven't been on the road that much the past few years, just mainly because I guess the road's got a little bit tougher for folks out there. But the technology is to where I think I've been able to reach more people from home here. I'm still doing the radio show. You can pick up on that. There's a Facebook page for it. I'll type it in the comment here. I'm on a station out of Iowa every Tuesday night. And it's entitled Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show. You can Google it and find it on Facebook. It's every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central out of Davenport, Iowa. But also it's every Tuesday afternoon. I'm out of on the European version. I'm picked up by a station in Greece called blueswave.radio. They're playing some great stuff too. They're about 8 hours ahead of us, something like that. But at 3 p.m. Eastern, I think it's 10 o'clock. So it's 7 hours difference. 3 p.m. Eastern on blueswave.radio. I'll put that in there for you. Here it is. Yeah, so 3 p.m. Eastern. Don't forget, folks, this is live here. Anything can go wrong at any time. But I'm getting a little bit better at understanding what's happening here. So, yeah, okay, there it is. I put it in, coming across. And there's the guy I was just talking about, Will McBride. yeah, somebody was asking, Bill Whitley was asking the drummer I played with who some of my most prominent students were, and I mentioned you, Will. You've done a hell of a job doing what you're doing. You started out taking lessons from me and then working on the road crew with the Roger Wilson band, and just I guess soaking up what you could. And it's like the story I was just telling about Rodney Mills. He didn't really realize that he was reaching somebody the way he was reaching me, as far as what I learned from him. And I guess that's kind of the situation when you said the same thing about me. So a lot of times we're doing what we do and don't really know who or what we're doing or reaching. So that's kind of a cool thing, I would say. Yeah, I appreciate that, Will. That's cool. I mean, that's it seemed like I think I was learning something every night too, doing that. But I guess so we're coming up in the first hour here. I'm gonna try to keep this thing running until 10 o'clock, off and on. I'll try to come back in the top of each hour or during each hour for sure. But what I'm going to do here, I'm going to send this my buddy John Schneider, the videographer I told you about that did the Coming Home to Keensburg video that you saw a little while ago. I invited him. I told him I'd be doing this interview. I'm going to play this interview here that we did back in. Let's see, when has it been? This would have been. The interview was in 2017. Yeah, back when I went back to Jersey to do the Historical Society thing, anniversary. And I told him I was going to play this interview, and if I can find it here, I'll go ahead and do that. It's pretty cool. Let's see. Here it is. Okay, this is an interview with that I did with John Schneider up in Jersey, and I kind of tell some of the story that I had told here a little while ago. I kind of breezed through my book and was instead of having to sit and read the book, like I told you, I just kind of paraphrased it. I sort of saw a paragraph and then remembered what I was talking about. That kind of came back. Hey Ken, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, man. You may have been there. We both may have been there and and don't remember it. That could be the deal. So, but here's the interview I did with John Schneider back in 2017 in Jersey, and it was talking about that thing and a couple other situations that happened. So I'll put that up and let it run.
We're going to be talking to a musician during the program. Now, I just finished a documentary, 8 parts, as a matter of fact, about Keensburg, New Jersey. It's quite a history it had. And in my research, I ran across a musician who grew up in Keensburg, moved out of Keensburg a little while ago and lives in the Atlanta area. But I came across the name Roger Hurricane Wilson. So I said to myself, I got to find out a little bit more about, I'm thinking about having a big party, a big event at the end of the 8-part series. Would you like to come up and hang out and play, and you can stay with me, etc.? So he said, sure. And I picked him up about a week ago from the airport, and we just had a ball. We've been doing some gigging. He let me sing the blues with him. Maybe I'll show you that a little bit later. And he did a lot of original songs at Keensburg, and we're going to listen to some of those as well. But in the meantime, I want you to meet him. Here he is, Roger Hurricane Wilson. How you doing, man?
Doing great.
Well, I think a lot of people would like to know, you've lived with me now for about a week under the same roof, and I have to stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning, with sometimes 3, because musicians stay up that late. What's it like? Why don't you go ahead and tell them now, what's it like living with me?
It's an adventure. Nah, man, it's fun. You got a lot of energy, and we did a lot of stuff, and just had a great time. And what else can you say?
Well, we're not going to tell everything. You know, remember I said what happens in this house stays in this house. Now, Roger has written a book. It's called, oddly enough, Roger Wilson Hurricane. And I told him middle name was Hurricane. And we're going to kind of talk a little bit about the book because this is his story. And so I kind of want to start with the question, how in the world did you become a musician? What led to it?
Well, I started when I was 9, and I remember growing up in Keansburg. I was in Boy Scouts with this kid up the street, and for some reason he was taking guitar lessons. I don't know why, and it's just kind of something I thought, well, if he can do it, I could do it. And my mom signed me up, and I started doing it, and it kind of came natural to me, although it was just I don't know. My teacher used to get really, really mad at me. The whole story is in the book. It starts out in Keansburg, and it goes through several years. And my teacher was always mad at me because I never would really practice what he told me to practice. I'd always start picking stuff out by myself. But I got through it, and it was just, it came natural. It was fun. And then I kept playing guitar. And then in the 5th grade, I started doing that in the 4th grade. And I guess in the 5th grade, I always wanted to play drums as a kid. What kid didn't ever want to play drums? So anyway, the Keansburg public school band at the time they had too many drummers already. So I had to pick up the trumpet. So I started playing trumpet and did that through school. But I always stayed with the guitar. And then when I graduated from school in 1967 from Keansburg Public School, I went away to Georgia to a prep school. And the reason I went there is because my mama was from Georgia. My dad was from Jersey, so I've got 2 lines of the North and South running in my family here. But Keansburg at the time didn't have the high school. There was no high school here, but it had just been approved. It was getting ready to be built. Mm-hmm. But they went through, I mean, they were having parades and marches to try to get a high school. Everybody was always being bussed out to Middletown. And so and they were transitioning to other schools also, to Middletown, and then a couple other schools. And my folks didn't think that was right for me. So my mom remembered a military school in Georgia, and we had been to Georgia to visit. So it felt good. It was a comfort zone for me. I had relatives there, and grandparents and things, cousins and all that. So it was a good fit. And so I went away there in 67. I graduated in 72. But while there, I always say on stage that I'd go to concerts, and I was in the band there also, and I loved music. And I always say that I went to a concert one time and I stood a little bit too close to the Allman Brothers band. And I stood about 8 feet from Dwayne Allman watching them play. And it was just amazing. I'd already been playing. I was 17 then, and I'd already been playing since I was 9. So I had a handle on reading music and notes and this and that and playing, and I had an ear and all that. But I'd never seen anybody play guitar like that. I mean, just standing there playing, I went in, I came out different than I went in that room in Atlanta that night. So I just said, well, this is what I got to do. I just got to bear down on it. So any of the military aspirations I might have had went out the window. Anything else would have been gone. And the music just grabbed me, and I had to go with it, you know. So you were influenced by the Allman Brothers. What was your favorite Allman Brothers song? Oh man, well, I mean, there's a load of them. They've got such classics. I mean, there's different things. I mean, the stuff that Dwayne did, you know, when they started out doing Trouble No More, which was their first song they ever recorded, to I do a song now with my band called You Don't Love Me. It's an old blues song by a guy named Willie Cobbs that the Allman Brothers did live at the Fillmore, and that's a fun song to do. Then you've got the ones that Greg wrote, like Sweet Melissa. Then he did so there's a whole bunch of things. But what that did for me was when Wayne Allman got killed in 1971, I was a senior in high school. And I was already pretty much bearing down on music in general. I mean, everybody from Eric Clapton to some of the B.B. King, the people like that. I just loved guitar. I loved playing guitar. And
so when Dwayne got killed in 1971, it was like a JFK moment for me. I mean, I remember going to Kingsburg Public School when I was in the 5th grade when JFK got killed. Well, this was that kind of moment. It struck me really hard because I was already really bearing down on it. But when he passed away, there was an anthology album that was released about a year or so later, and it had a big book in there about Dwayne, about him studying the blues, and he mentioned the blues. And how it went back, and they were playing things like by Statesboro Blues was by Blind Willie McTell, a Georgia musician. Done Somebody Wrong was him playing slide guitar. It was an old Elmore James song, guy from Chicago, from Mississippi to Chicago. So these were all the blue, and he was mentioning guys like T-Bone Walker, Blind Willie McTell, Elmore James, all these old blues players, that went back, and I was going, well, whatever's there, I got to remember it. So I remember I was 19 years old, and I went to Red Bank to a record store, because my first teaching was back in 72 to 73 when I came back here after graduating. I went to Brookdale for 1 year. My first professional show that I played was at Brookdale at a concert there. And so I was here for a year, so I went over to Red Bank to a record store, and I tried to find these albums, and I found Blind Willie McTell, and I found Robert Johnson, and I found T-Bone Walker, and I found Elmore James. I found all these records.
Yeah.
And I bought them, and I listened to them, and I couldn't really tell. Somewhat I could tell what they were doing compared to what the Allman Brothers had done. And I really didn't have the ear that I have now, but I had one. I could, but I couldn't pick it up. But I'm just walking around going, I know what's in here. I know whatever it is that he's talking about is in here. And so I felt like it was a smart thing I was doing, not knowing what I was doing, not 19 years old, running around with a bunch of classic blues albums. And I thought this is where this stuff came from. This is where he got what he got. And over the years now, it's just transitioned back into the fact that I ended up teaching blues in the schools, going back and teaching that, finding out that American music derived from all that African American music that came out of the Mississippi Delta that transcended everywhere.
Now, I know you grew up on Howard Avenue in Keensburg, and that's, I think, when you got your first guitar. What kind of guitar was it? What was mine was an Elvis Presley guitar. What kind of guitar did you have?
The very first one was the one that my mom rented from the teacher I was taking lessons from. Yeah, about a year or so later, I got an electric guitar, and I still have it. It was an old Atlas guitar, wow. And it was white, and the funny thing was I always wanted a red guitar. So my dad took my guitar apart and he spray painted it. I still have it. Yeah. That was my first one. And then later on, when I went away to school, I got a couple of electrics, but then I bought my first Gibson guitar when I was, away at school. I think I was 17. Well, right after, about the time I got eaten up with the music in Atlanta, in Georgia, I was starting to really just bear down on it, and it was what I wanted to do.
I asked this of almost all musicians about their instruments. Some guitar players have hundreds of guitars. How many guitars do you have in your collection?
Well, I've got maybe about a dozen or so. I've got several that I keep handy that I use on the road a lot. I do a whole separate acoustic set from my band set, and so I've got an endorsement with Taylor guitars, and I've got several Taylors that I play, and then I've got some Fenders, and I've got an old Gibson. I got to be my first Les Paul guitar that I bought was when I was I was 20 or 21 when I bought that, and then later on I would come back to New York and New Jersey touring, and I got to be friends with Les Paul, and I had him sign my guitar, and then I told him that, that of course there were so many guitar players that were influenced by him anyway, but he really appreciated the lower level guys like me that were like working to try to get somewhere, and he really endorsed it and inspired us.
So you were playing electric guitar in a small house. What was that like? Did your parents go crazy? Could they stand all the noise that an electric guitar made? How did you handle that?
They encouraged me. I mean, they were all about it. I had to. There were certain times I couldn't play it, but one time there's this one invention. Now the house next door to us on Howard Avenue had been occupied by some neighbors that passed away
when I was very, very young. They were close friends, good people.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote songs about them. I mean, but they were gone, and my grandparents bought the house next door as a summer house.
Mm-hmm.
So one summer day, I was up in my room, and my grandfather had a shortwave radio and all this stuff, and there was a couple items that he wasn't using. But anyway, I had my amplifier in my room, and I had an old Hallicrafters speaker,
Yeah.
shortwave radio. It was a speaker that I had attached to it, and I was paralleling a couple of amplifiers together to make it as loud as I could. And I was up in my room on a summer day with the windows open, and I was trying to get the Jimi Hendrix sounds. And I mean, I was ripping, and I mean, it was going out all over the neighborhood. And my grandma ran up the stairs into my room, and she ran in going, "How much more of this do you think we're going to take?"
How much more?
I mean, the look on her face was priceless. And I knew I was doing it to basically hack everybody off.
What was the first song that you remember being able to play all the way through that you felt, like pretty good about after you played it? You went, "Wow, I could play that song."
Well, actually, aside from the silly songs that you have to play first when you're learning to read
Yeah.
music and play, actually there were a couple of songs came out like "Wipeout" and "Walk Don't Run" by the Ventures, and I learned how to play them, so it was fun.
And Roger, tell me about your first public appearance as a band or as a solo performer. What was that like? What was the feeling that you were feeling as a result of standing up in front of a bunch of people and playing?
Well, when I was taking lessons as a kid, we did some recitals for the music teacher, and I remember there was a church over in Atlantic Highlands that we did and four of us got on stage playing our guitars. It was a recital. We were playing stuff note for note, which was kind of just, it was boring for me. I mean, and I don't know if that we sounded any good. But then playing trumpet, I used to play taps for the city of Keansburg. I mean, I played at the monuments when I was 10 or 11. There's a newspaper clipping of me playing taps at the monument on Carr Avenue in Keansburg.
Wow.
For Veterans Day, and we did it another day at City Hall, I think on Memorial Day. So there was several things that came out. Those were always pretty nerve-wracking. My first, and then when I went away to school, I started playing in bands and we were doing stuff. So it was coming natural. The stage thing was kind of fun. And then when I came back to Georgia in 72, 73, I got with some friends and we actually got a band together that really sounded pretty good. And we did our first big concert at Brookdale College. And by then, I had learned how to play from the heart, more or less. Before that, I didn't know how to do that. All I knew how to do was read the music, play the songs, learn the chords, play it, and you're going through the motions and it's going, yeah, okay, that sounds good, what next? Anyway, after I learned how to, when I saw Dwayne and I saw what goes into just playing with feeling and knocking it out, I forgot. He's a kid with the audience now. I said, I'll get done with a song that I really have gotten into, and I'll just tell the audience and say, I'm really sorry, I forgot y'all were here.
Yeah.
So really, I mean, that's what happens. You get in the zone, and it's fun, and if it sounds good, that's even better. Sounds good, that's even better.
I remember some of my childhood dreams. When I was a kid, I wanted to be an actor. And when I got older and realized, well, I wasn't going to be the superstar I thought I was going to be, I had to kind of adjust that vision to accommodate what reality was all about. Did you go through that at all? Did you have any sort of childhood dream about being a musician? And have you met your expectations? Or did you have to adjust too? Because, you've been through a lot. You've taught and you've played and you've done a lot of different things. So what has that been like?
I know at school I was able to get a job teaching guitar lessons. I'd had so many guitar lessons that I thought maybe I could teach, because I had a really crummy job that I hated out of high school, and I walked off of it and I went to a music store. And I gave him a phone. I called him and I said, I needed a job teaching because I had to do something else besides working in this factory where I was working. It was horrible. And I kind of bluffed my way in. I ended up telling the lady, she says, well, what's your teaching experience? And I said, well, I've been teaching for 4 years, you know, and I had never taught anything.
Oh my God.
But I had taken enough guitar lessons and been through enough books and had done, already had, I mean, by this time I was 18. I've been playing since I was 9. So I had experience. I knew that if I could sit down and teach somebody the way I learned, they would learn something. So anyway, one thing went to another, and I'm almost kind of reciting the book here because there's chapters in there that run through it. What happened was I went to a little store in Matawan, New Jersey, and I told the lady I'd been teaching, and she liked me, and she thought I was clean cut and you know, all that, which I was somewhat. But then it was the day for me to go to work, and so I went to the store, and all of a sudden they said, well, Roger, here's your first student. And it was a little bitty girl about 7 years old, and she walked in, she was holding a guitar in one hand like this. And I'm going, all right, well, here it is. You know? So anyway, but I sat down with her, and I taught her the first note E on the string and how to play the note F. And I just realized that you just got to sit and take pains with them the way somebody did with me. And I took and I just showed her, and I said, you practice these notes this week, and then it evolved, and it went into more students, you know, that were coming in, and I was teaching everybody the same way out of the same book.
Now let me ask you, I asked you a question about your career, and you started talking about teaching. Is that a desire that you have about teaching as opposed to being out there performing? Because you seem to have a passion for teaching.
Well, I love it, but it's how I survived too, and
Yeah.
it was how I built my chops up. What I was trying to get to was that after I did that, I taught at that store for a while, but then I went back to Georgia, and I had an opportunity to open a studio with somebody else. So what happened was, and this all led into me being able to play professionally, because I couldn't just go out and try to get a gig because I didn't have the experience of that. You know, I really needed to play more and just kind of develop my chops. So I opened this studio with another guy, and I started developing a clientele. What happened was, after that, I was teaching everybody the same way for a long time, and I kept doing that. But then one day, some kid came in, and he had a guitar, and he was a nice, clean-cut kid. He was wearing a school uniform from a private school, and he had a record album in one hand, and he had a guitar in the other. And this is what set the whole thing in motion. This is kind of going, and he didn't know how to play. I said, look, you don't really know how to play yet. You need to learn a couple of things. You know, you need to learn some basic techniques, a few notes and all that. He goes, yeah, he says, I know, but he says, just show me something I can have some fun with. And I went, okay. And in the book, I mentioned that I think the album was Led Zeppelin 4. I think it was Led Zeppelin 4. And there's a song there called Black Dog.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I put the album, and back then we didn't have internet, we didn't have YouTube, we didn't have anything. I had records that I would put on the turntable and ruin the record to learn the lick. You put the needle down, try to learn the lick, and
Yeah.
so I put the record on, and the kid's sitting there, and he's playing guitar, and I'm tuning up to the guitar, and there's a lick in it, it goes like, you know, and I was just tuning up to the lick, and he goes, yeah, show me that, you know, and I'm going, okay, so I start showing him the lick, and he goes, he says, yeah, man, and he was sitting there, and he was just like fighting with it, and he's trying to get it, and he's eking it out, you know, and the end of the lesson, he goes, yeah, man, I'll have it perfect next week, man, I'm gonna practice it, you know, so he leaves. And the kid was glowing. I mean, there was an aura around the kid. You know, he left, and he went, and I just sat there myself, thinking. And I'm 19 years old, and I'm in my own little lost kid in a garret somewhere, trying to make a living playing, teaching. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, like, man, what just happened? I was going. I didn't know what happened. I was like, this is different. Right after that happened, my phone didn't stop ringing for 10 years. I mean, I had kids calling me. I had kids carpooling, 4 kids at a time with different record albums coming over to me because I was the cool guy that would teach them what they wanted to hear. Everybody else around was teaching.
Technique?
Well, there was old guys teaching out of the book the way I was.
Right,
It was
right,
boring. It was boring.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You were catering to the passion of the student as opposed to the technique, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But then the parents honed in on it, and then later on. One time I had a list of I averaged 50 students a week for years, and then and at one time I actually had 80, and I thought my head was coming off. But basically I kept a list of about 50, and I got that reputation of people learning what they wanted to learn. If they had a song, they'd come in and learn it, and I would put it on the spot and learn the song. And after years of that, every day I developed an ear, and I developed chops, and I could play in bands, and I could hear stuff, and I could do it. And so it just evolved into that. But then also at the same time, I always thought I could do things from the inside, and I had a broadcasting career. I was in radio. So I met a lot of people in the music business from that, and I had a career that way, and it ended up I ended up working at CNN in Atlanta for 10 years during the Gulf War and all that. And so both careers kind of gelled and kept me. And the basic thing I told you, the first thing I said to answer the question is I never wanted to go hungry. I always wanted a roof over my head. But I still wanted to play music, but I didn't want to live on the street doing it.
So you're touring. You got 3 guys in the band, right? So what is your career today? What are some of the things and the kinds of things that you're doing that are fulfilling to you besides the teaching?
I have 2 great boys from a previous marriage that are 33 and 30. They're in good shape, doing great. I paid my house off. I've always played. I have a choice. You know, I can play where I want. I'm not a prisoner. I was a prisoner of the road at one time, where I had to be on the road in order to make a living. I don't have to do that anymore. Now I've got it, and plus the music business has changed to where we all have control of what we're doing. You know, you have control of what you put out video-wise, as I do too on some of the websites that I teach on. So and musically we have our own. I have my own publishing company. I have my own record company, and I'm not getting rich, but I'm actually fulfilling the passion and doing what I want to do. If I want to write a song and put it out there, I can, and somebody's going to hear it.
So you're attracted to the blues, right?
Influenced greatly by it.
But you don't only play the blues, you play lots of different stuff. And they say that sometimes to feel the blues, to play the blues, you got to feel, you know, kind of the lowest of the low. Have you had any dark periods in your life that you draw upon to kind of feel that passion, to feel that despair that sometimes the blues kind of talk about?
Well, just, you know, you can't be, there's other things to life than that. You can't be really obsessed with it. I mean, you have to have a goal, and not even a goal. It's the journey, more or less. The journey is the deal. You know, it's not, back when you were a kid, you think I want to be a rock star, you know, and you think it's a destination, you know, and you think, you know, you're thinking when you're 20 that everybody over 30 ought to be shot, you know, but then later on, you're finding out that it's just it's a journey, and what you leave, and it gets to a certain point when you're young in the business, you're trying to get out of the business what you can get. You're trying to get a break. You're trying to get a gig. You're trying to get this and that. Then I get to my age now. I'm 64 years old now, and I still feel like I feel better than I did when I was 25. But it's not about hustling and getting the gig anymore. It's about what I leave behind, you know, as opposed to that.
I've met and talked to a lot of rock and rollers like yourself, like you've talked to a lot of folks that you know. And I don't know if it's still in vogue, but a lot of folks back in the day would be tempted by drugs and alcohol and that sort of thing. And sometimes it would ruin their career, sometimes it wouldn't. But have you ever had to wrestle with that challenge? Have you ever been tempted by alcohol or drugs?
Well, I drank. I drank. I was in a band a long time ago. We were noted for having the biggest bar tabs in the Southeast, and we took that as a badge of honor. You know, and back then it was fun. And we had fun. We partied. We had fun. We'd go out and play a gig, and then we'd party all night and come back and do it again the next day. If I did that, but when I turned 30, it wasn't being fun anymore. There was, the drinking was like I was starting to have problems. I never did. I mean, I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't go to jail. I did once, but that was a long time ago. And that was a stupid thing. But I didn't go to rehab, and I didn't go in the hospital. I mean, I didn't kill anybody. I didn't, everything I did was just like it didn't feel good anymore. And so when I after I turned 30, things were the drinking, the results of drinking weren't fun, because before that you'd go out and party and everything was cool. You wake up the next day and do it again. But then things were starting to happen. You're starting to like wonder what I do with my car, that kind of deal. And I got tired of it. So another musician that was having the same problem had gotten some help, and he got me some help, and there was people that helped me out, and they're still helping me today.
Who are some of the musicians that you've played with or that you've met in your career?
Well, I worked with a lot of, shows with a lot of blues musicians. I mean, B.B. King is the one that I did a show with in '95 that I still have the big poster on my living room wall, because that was great. And then there's, of course, the legends on down. I mean, Buddy Guy, John Mayall, who's the father of British blues.
Yeah.
It was Eric Clapton.
Eric Clapton has had one heck of a career. He's been in like dozens of different bands.
Well, and that's the thing. He's lived through it, which is great. I mean, and he's done that. Bruce Springsteen has done the same thing. Being from Jersey, and when I came back to Jersey, I'd been seeing the Allman Brothers, and I started seeing Bruce around, and I was seeing him around town.
Yeah.
And he had a gig over at the Student Prince in Asbury Park, and I remember my band went there on a Sunday night in between when he had a night off, and we played there. And then years later, the story is, I mean, his album, and Bruce was a smoking guitar player. He was leading a rock and roll band. He had long hair. He's playing guitar, stomping around, just playing a gold Les Paul and letting it rip. And then when the album came out, and a lot of people, even on E Street Radio, they talk about it. They say that the album Greetings from Asbury Park, they were going, well, where'd this come from? It was all this words and songwriting and all these songs, which were great. But it was like, this is not the Bruce we knew.
Yeah, exactly.
But when he got signed, and the story goes that he John Hammond, and they were going to sign him as a Bob Dylan type songwriter, as a solo.
Exactly.
And so what happened was, I mean, he wrote all these great songs, and the band built up around the songs, as opposed to having a band going out and playing in a band and then trying to like learn songs or write songs. Or he wrote the songs, and then band, every song that you hear at a different sound, a different timbre to it, a different whatever. It's wonderful that can happen.
Now, I ask all musicians this question because there's a lot of people out there who are, want to be a rock star. I mean, young people and older people as well. What advice would you give somebody that wants to learn guitar and make a go of it?
Do it because you love it. Just because you have the passion for it. The only reason I started playing guitar is I loved it. I didn't care about anything that a lot of people care about. They think about, I mean, a guitar, you can pick up women and chicks and all this other stuff. And and maybe that's going to happen. That it might, but that's not why I did it. Some guys, that's why they did it. But that's not me. The music just grabbed me. I mean,
there's one thing about playing passionately and being really good, and there's another one actually, getting gigs, being able to go out there and get jobs. How do you do that?
You've got to be able to have a business sense. I mean, you have to be able to take care of business. It's not there are so many guys out there that, they had somebody leading them around, and maybe their career, maybe they got screwed in their career. I mean, to put it bluntly, it's not a matter of like, hey man, where do I plug in, and that's it. You got to have a handle on your career. You have to have a handle on doing what you're doing.
Now, Roger came up at my invitation and accepted it eagerly, and he's been here, like I say, about a week. And you and I have traveled around a little bit throughout Keansburg, but what are some of the memories that you have as you've traveled around up here with me, both of Keansburg and the Jersey Bay Shore? What do you remember growing up?
Well, as my world grew, I mean, my as a little kid, I mean, I had the block around where I was, and first of all, that was Keansburg, because I had the creek, where my dad built me a boat, and I learned how to, do some boating, and I learned to swim early in my neighbor's pool. You had the boardwalk, you had, that was my world. I mean, my world was inside Route 36, and you had, in the summer, it was just great. I mean, you had the ice cream man, and you had the beach, and you had 10 TV stations, you had the amusement park. I mean, you had the deal. I had that. Yeah. I thought everybody had that. So I went away to, I'll come back to that in a minute, but when I went away to Georgia, to my relative's house to go away to school, they had 3 TV stations in Atlanta. I was going, what's up with that?
The big town.
First of all, they had 3 TV stations. They had no beach. They did have a couple lake beaches. Yeah. They had an amusement park somewhere. Yeah. But they didn't. But it wasn't like that. But then, as I got a little older, 8, 9, 10, I started riding my bike, and I would ride my bike to Homedale Park.
Oh wow!
I mean, I would go out over the old Thrill Hill and all that, and ride down Holland Road and coast down, and it was an all-day thing, and it was amazing. It was like venturing, God, into the next beyond. I would ride my bike along Highway 36 and go up the Scenic Drive, and then coast back down Scenic Drive to Atlantic Highlands, and it was great. So my world was functioning then, but it was still inside Route 36 and maybe outside of it when we went shopping to 2 guys from Harrison over in Middletown, or you went somewhere. My mom worked at Fort Monmouth, so I mean, and my dad worked.
Hall there too.
Yeah, Robert Hall was the deal, man. And that was that's where you got the clothes. But I mean, my world as a kid was all inside that little town, and it had everything that it was. But in the winter, it was horrible. It was boring for a kid. I mean, it was just like everybody was gone.
It was good. Ghost town then.
It was, and I mean, for a kid, it was like. But I mean, I got through it. And then you had to go to school, of all things. But then like I said, the summers were wonderful. But then when I left, it was years to go away to school, and I wasn't driving when I left. And then when I graduated, and I used to come back for the summers and vacations, but when I came back permanently in '72, now I was driving. I was, I'd grown about 5 feet. I was 18 years old, and so now my world is jumping out. Now I'm going to college at Brookdale, and I'm driving out around the county, and I'm going out and I'm seeing stuff that I used to hear about as a kid, but now it's all coming together, and now I can go down to Asbury by myself and Long Branch and all that. And so the world was getting bigger, but then I noticed that the winters, I embraced them. I loved it because there was nobody here. I mean, it was different. I wanted everybody here. And then in the winters now, it was like the beautiful, clear, cold nights, looking out over the ocean, and just I was going, wow, I really like this, But I'd grown to like it as I grew up, and then I got to like it. But as a kid, it was kind of tough, but because you didn't know, I mean, there was kids that didn't know what to be at, and that's what my folks instilled in me was that, you want to have something to go for. I mean, a lot of times when kids get in trouble, and they're out wandering the streets, and they're, maybe bullying or whatever they're doing, it's just they don't know where to look. And my dad was very, very smart, and he was, a mechanical designer. My mom was, worked for administrator at Fort Monmouth. She used to sign guys in and out going to the Vietnam War and everything. And she was very articulate. She'll be 100 years old in January. I mean, her name is Drilla Wilson, and she was from Atlanta. And but she was very articulate, and she instilled in me, don't be an idiot, I mean, that kind of thing. And took care of business, always dotted the I's, crossed the T's. I mean, that was her job. That was her. That's just the way she was. And right now she's just comfortable and doesn't really remember anything about it. And but I moved her back in Georgia back in '96 after my dad died in '95. So she's been back there ever since. But it's the upbringing, and a lot of times I think that's why kids suffer, because they don't have that. And I was fortunate to have parents that cared about me and pointed me in the right direction.
There is a little town out on the Raritan Bay. In the shadow of New York City, it's a little out of the way. It has a storied past, maybe checkered, one might say. In their childhood here, there were many happy days. From the Polar Cove to Safeway, from Max to Dixie Lee, swimming at the beach, the boating on the creek, from the boardwalk to the pool, to the good old skating rink. There were so many good times there, I don't have enough ink. Are the pride of Keensburg, that's where we come from. Of us still around, we form a happy sum. We got our French fries from the boardwalk and our clothes from Robert Hall. I'm proud to say I'm from the burg. Keensburg had it all. Left, although some are still there. The characters we remember left their footprints everywhere. St. Anne's to KPS, memories are best in preparing us for life. Keensburg put us to the test. We are the pride of Keensburg, it's where we come from. There's many of us still around. We form a happy sum. We got our French fries from the boardwalk and our clothes from Robert Hall. I'm proud to say I'm from the burg. Keensburg had it all. I'm proud to say I'm from the burg. Keensburg had it all.
You've written a lot of songs about Keensburg. You lived on Howard Avenue, and you wrote a song about Howard Avenue, which I particularly like. What can you tell us about that song?
Well, it was just, it was all, I was trying to take in all the things that were around me. You know, I had my neighbors next door that lived in this bungalow. I mean, it was a bungalow that, the house we moved into had been built by the same guy, but my dad had it renovated and winterized and put together as a house to live in all year round. Well, these people had been coming down in 1930. I mean, they had been coming down for years, and their house was a bungalow, but they ended up moving into this house, and they were heating it with coal and kerosene, and it was freezing in the winter. I mean, it was just, but they lived there, and so I sang about my neighbors, you know, and I love them to death. They were good people. I remember him leaving, go to work each day. My daddy had to drive 2 hours each way. In the evening I would see him turn the corner in the 52 Dodge. He'd park it on the street. We didn't have a garage. All us kids would ride our bikes, play ball and climb trees. We had our share of scrapes and skinned up knees. Things would get better in the afternoon. Hear the bells of that ice cream man, he'd be coming soon. It was a simple time in my neighborhood. We were by no means rich, but we really had it quite good. We thought we'd live forever if we only knew. But we had a good time down on Howard Avenue. I was good friends with my neighbor, Anna Eberly. She would heat her house with coal and kerosene. Steve and Mary came here all the way from Italy. You could smell her Italian cooking up and down the street. Old Mr. Kaiser drove an old 20s Model T. He lived across the street from Old Man Flaherty. Old Mr. Ben would yell at me when my ball went in his yard. I never knew their stories, but I'm sure their lives were hard. It was a simple time in my neighborhood. We were by no means rich, but we really had it quite good. We thought we'd live forever if we only knew. But we had a good time down on Howard Avenue. Thought we'd live forever if we only knew. But we had a good time down on Howard Avenue.
You're a pretty prolific songwriter. What kind of songs do you like to write? I think I know the answer, but what do you say?
Well, there's a bunch of them. I have one that I'm not one for writing. You know, I'm not really big on love songs, and you know, like what I woke up this morning and I drank too much or something. I'm really not.
That's a love song.
You know, but I mean, typical blues songs are. I like writing I like writing songs about people. You know, I mean, for instance, there are several songs. I got to be friends with Andy Rooney from 60 Minutes on CBS a number of years back, and I visited with him a couple times, and he appreciated my music, but that he didn't know anything about music, but I always loved his writing, and so I got to know him and visit with him, so I wrote a song about him. There was an old blues man I wrote about years ago down in Atlanta. His name was Willie Guy Rainey, and he was 75 years old back in 1974 when I met him, and I was 21. And he played the old style of blues. I mean, you know, you just kind of, I'd sit and play with. We did some gigs, some coffee houses, little festivals, things like that. And I just kind of follow him, and it was kind of like you're by the seat of the pants. And when he's playing, whenever he wanted to change, he would change. But he had such great soul. So I wrote a song about him. It's called "I Never Got to Say Goodbye to Willie Guy" because he died before I got to know him. There's another song I wrote, which is kind of fun. It's called "You Do Your Job, I'll Do Mine," because you get people coming up to the stage for you, you know, and they want to tell you what to do or what to play and all that, you know. So finally, I got tired of that, and I said, well, I'll tell you what, let me come down to your job, to your plumbing company. I'll tell you how to screw pipes in or something, you know.
And there's one song that I like that you do.
baby, a kid as one would be. They do now, like I did then. They call it ADD. Well, I don't know how it happened. Please tell me if you can. Somebody give me an answer. This crazy world is hopping out of hand. Well, when I was just a schoolboy, I did arithmetic in my head. But now you might need a calculator just to buy a loaf of bread. Well, I don't know how it happened. Please tell me if you can. Somebody give me an answer, 'cause this crazy world has gotten out of hand. Well, when I was just a young man, I had long hair and played rock and roll. But now the kids will let their pants hang down just to let their boxers show. Well, I don't know how it happened. Please tell me if you can. Somebody give me an answer, 'cause this crazy world has gotten out of hand. Well, now that I'm a grown man, things just don't seem the same. The rules that I once lived by, well, now those rules have changed. Well, I don't know how it happened. Please tell me if you can. Somebody give me an answer, 'cause this crazy world has gotten out of hand. Somebody give me an answer, 'cause this crazy world has gotten out of hand.
Well, what are some of the CDs that you've done, and how can people get a hold of them, find them, listen to them? They're great. It's great stuff.
This CD was recorded live in Jersey and at the Stanhope House, which is a legendary blues club in Stanhope, New Jersey. And I always joke around the country when I'm playing somewhere, I'll say this next song was recorded at the legendary Stanhope House Blues Club in New Jersey. And I go, well, how do you get the words legendary blues club and New Jersey in the same sentence? and people, they laugh and all that. But this place is, because they had, Muddy Waters played here. I mean, it was a lot of folks who played over the years, and I'm just looking back. We recorded this in 2000.
And here's a CD. It's called The Rainbow Up Ahead, and it has the Ballad of Andy Rooney. And what's this? What is The Rainbow all about?
Well, this is not more. This is an Americana CD, and the reason I wrote this song, some of it was geared to the RV industry, but this picture is a rainbow out in Colorado that I took a picture of during the while I was driving after a rainstorm in Colorado. And I always use the joke. I said, and I snapped that picture through the windshield of the van, and I always tell people, and people go, "How'd you do that?" And I said, "Well, don't. It's okay." I said, "I was cool. Nobody got hurt." I said, "I took a picture of it." Then I said, what was strange was that I started speeding up in order to try to catch the rainbow, and the more I sped up, the more it went away, and I thought that was kind of funny. And then I told the people, I said, obviously that didn't work, so I slowed back down to around 90 and everything was fine.
And this one is simply acoustically a Merry Christmas, some great classic traditional Christmas songs. I highly recommend it.
My oldest son, Roger Jr., drew that little angel picture when he was in kindergarten. And that was just 1 year. And then this back picture was my grandma was in Georgia. My mother's side was an artist, a wonderful artist, award-winning artist, and she made this little Christmas card for me when I was a kid, that little cat in the stocking.
Cool. Now, where can people find all these?
Well, my record company is bluestormrecords.com, which is the record company site. All the music is there. Sure. But hurricanewilson.com, there's a tab there to buy music. Okay. Also, Amazon and iTunes. All you got to do is pull up Roger Hurricane Wilson and everything will come up, so it's all there. And on my website, there's an email address, and you can email me, and I can direct you to other links. But it's pretty much it's available pretty much everywhere.
And then of course, there's the book, Coming of Age, 1967. Interesting titles, Hitting the Road Full Time, stuff like that. Without getting into a lot of details, can you give us kind of a summary of what the book is all about?
Well, it's just basically the way I describe it is it's the story of a 9-year-old kid taking guitar lessons, starting out, and then where the musical journey has taken him into adulthood and around the country and around the world.
So you're about to get on a plane to go back to your town down there in Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, and you've been up here now for about a week. What'd you learn? What'd you feel? What was it like?
Well, I always enjoy it because I can ride down the street around the town, and I can pull out any memory anywhere of what I've been. I feel bad that my dad passed away so young. He was only 66 when he passed away in 95, and he was 11 years younger than my mom, and my mom is still alive and doesn't really know. So, but my dad had embraced technology early on. He learned as an apprentice as a kid to be a mechanical designer and a draftsman, and he learned the old-fashioned way with slide rules and rulers and all that stuff. But he embraced technology so early on that he had one of the first AOL accounts. He had a computer when Radio Shack just started selling them. He told me when I was like a kid, he says, "You mark my words, one day everything you do is going to be out of one of these," point to a computer. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. But yeah, here it is, and then, like I said, I wrote a song about him called I Don't Want to Come Back, because he always said, I told him, I said, you ought to go on the road with me one time. I'm going to go out. And he says, yeah, if I go anywhere, I don't want to come back. And then when he passed away, he didn't come back, and that was it. But get on the bus over there at Beachway one time, got on the bus, and he went out to New York City to hear a lecture by Ray Bradbury, the science fiction writer. And he loved that. He embraced H.G. Wells and Isaac Asimov and all these authors and all that he just loved, and he was very well read, and he loved it. And Ray Bradbury was the one guy that told us one day. He said, now one day, and this was in the 70s, about 71 or so. He said, one day we're going to be walking around with our libraries and everything. Logo right there. Okay. We're going to be walking around with our libraries in our pockets and all that, yeah. And that's the way it is. So that bothers me, because if he was here, he'd be sitting here having a blast with us, downloading and doing social media, and he'd be finding stuff for us to do. He would be figuring out what to do, how to do it. So when I drive around town, and he was the civil defense director in 64, 65 in Keansburg. So I drive around with a sadness about that, but I can't dwell on it. I mean, it is what it is. So there's things I wish that he could be here to see and all that. But other than that, I love it. I love going to Dixie Lee Bakery. I love going to riding past the boardwalk. I love the beach. The other night after we did the event, standing out there looking at New York City across the bay on a cold, clear night. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's nice. So it's surreal, I guess you got to say.
You're a parent, and I'm a parent, and we like to give our kids advice. What kind of advice did you give, would you give to your kids or any other kids for that matter about living life?
Well, first of all, don't get on drugs. Don't do that. Keep it clean, and just like a lot of folks will ask me, say, well, I have two boys, they're 33 and 30. And they say, oh, are they musicians? And I'm going, no, they're not. And they go, really? Why not? And I said, well, I didn't push it on them. When they were little boys, I showed them my guitar, and I said, well, here, this is how it goes. And they were trying to eke it out a couple of notes, and I'm thinking, I really don't want to put them through this. I mean, you got to kind of walk away from everything pretty much to do this. And so I thought, I told them, I said, well, it's here if you want it, but I said, what you got to do is you get whatever's in here. To me, is what you got to do, whatever that is. And for them, my youngest son, he went to school and he became an HVAC thing, and he's very much into church and reading the Bible and doing that. And my oldest son just has just bought his own house with cash, and he's fixing it up, and he's got a bachelor's degree that he took 10 years to get, but he was working hard from when he was 11 years old. He was riding up to a Dairy Queen to work with no seat on his bike, so I mean, you got to I just try to instill them, just keep it clean and just go after what you want to go after, and be passionate about it.
Well, I also know that while you were up here and before you got up here, you did something that I thought was quite moving. You had some folks that you knew that were buried in a local cemetery around here, and they didn't have grave markers, and you did something about that. Why don't you tell the folks what that was all about?
Well, I'm just glad that I'm glad that I was able to come up to do this event and to be up here, but also there was another reason I was here too. Remember the neighbors I told you about that were next door to me? A mission in my that I was sort of on to, they died as poor people, and they were buried over in Middletown, New Jersey. And they died when I was very, very young, and I always, always thought about them. And then back in 1992, like 27 years ago, whatever it is, I came back through on tour and thought I'd go to the cemetery and see them, just kind of to their resting place. And I got there, and I was in shock to see that they had no markers at all. It was a husband and wife and her brother, two separate grave sections. The husband, Jack, was a World War I veteran. Here he is lying in there for years with no stone, nothing. And so that, I didn't obsess about it, but I thought about it periodically. And this past year, I actually approached the cemetery, and the price to get some markers for them would have been exorbitant. And so when I went in there, explained the situation to them back in August, and they actually donated the foundation for the stones, and I paid for got a contribution account to fund the engraving, and those stones just got put in this month. So I was able to go over there and kind of sit with that for a little while and know that these people were accounted for, and even though nobody that had no next of kin or anything. So, but I'm the only one that remembered them, and so I had some help, and that was some closure. This is all kind of a closure thing. I mean, at least I know my friends that I knew when I was a little kid are accounted for. I came back to Keansburg. It's on the way up. Things are happening. It's good. So I feel it's like closure, sort of.
Well, Roger, I enjoyed meeting you and spending time with you and playing music and going through Keansburg and learning stuff I didn't know. I thought I knew everything. I'd spent 3 months in this town, and you taught me some stuff too. So I really appreciate you coming up and appreciate the time I spent with you, and it's nice knowing you, pal.
Got it.
Well, that's it for our show. I want to thank Roger Hurricane Wilson. I want to thank you, of course, for watching. And you know what I always say, when I'm out there, maybe I'm playing guitar, maybe I'm shooting somebody playing a guitar, or maybe I'm just snoozing on a park bench. I want you to wake me up, tap me on the shoulder, and introduce yourself. Because, folks, never changes for me. Nothing's more important and meeting you. Thanks so much. I'll see you next time on Jersey Bayshore Country. Bye-bye.
Located just south of New York City, Staten Island, and Raritan Bay, the New Jersey Bayshore was discovered some 400 years ago by European immigrants searching for something better. Every dawn, when the sun splashes its rays across the Atlantic Ocean, many of those sunbeams race toward the shores of a very special place, where you can chart your own course. Find your own unique place in the sun, on the sand, and along the slow-moving currents of time across the centuries. A place where everyone discovers something wonderful, something old, and something new. Something never before seen, in just the same way as anyone else. It's a place to discover joy, exuberance, and adventure. To lose yourself, find yourself. To discover your place in the world. The sun rises and sets on the water.
Well, that's the we're in the third hour now of the 50th anniversary of the Roger Wilson Guitar Studio. I want to thank that put it in any bit of perspective, and that was an interview that I did with him in New Jersey back 6 years ago. Just trying to tell the story and reflect over, 50 years of being in existence here, teaching and teaching guitar and playing music and just kind of eking out an existence, from the beginning of just a basic desire that I had to just try to play guitar. So I know folks are probably going to be in and out this afternoon. I've seen a lot of basically Will McBride. You heard that quote I said about sometimes I didn't, I just play guitar. Just if anybody's listening, and I never worried about if anybody's listening, and I just love playing guitar. And I'll say that to the crowd sometime. I would say, "Yeah, I forgot y'all were out here." Just it's still fun. We started the broadcast Eastern today. It's 2:08 now, so we're in the third hour. As I reflect back, continue to reflect back, there's been a lot of emphasis, on my childhood hometown. I played the video earlier, and of course that interview just then. I guess one of the biggest changes, or one of the biggest things that happened, when I started teaching, was I had a vast interest in radio. And so I had gotten this job on a radio station outside of Atlanta. It was a weekend job. I think it paid like, $3 an hour or something like that. And this was back in 1974. And my job was to put on, basically it was a religious format of preachers. And everything was on tape. Some stuff was live. And my job was to sign the station on Saturday morning at about, whenever sunup was. Like, for instance, I can still tell you monthly of what time the sun is going to come up, because I just remember memorizing the schedule of what time we had to be on the air. Like, for instance, in the winter, sun comes up a little bit later. So sometimes the sign-on time was maybe it varied, like in the fall, maybe at around 7:30 or 7:45 at the latest. But in the summer, with daylight saving time, the earliest, like for instance, June and July, the sign-on time would be 6:30 in the morning, and the sign-off time would be 8:45 for sunset in Georgia anyway. And so I still kind of remember that. I can kind of get when it goes to all. It would change back about 15 minutes, and it would dwindle into the fall gradually, and it would go back to I guess about, let's see, maybe after the daylight saving time would go back, it would change to maybe 6:45, and then I know that in November and in December, the sign-off time was 5:30. It got dark really, really early, so I can still gauge. I still know what time year-round to expect, the sun to be up and going down, at least in this part of the country where I'm at. So that was one of the things that I had learned. But I got into radio, and that was kind of an official. It kept me within the tax bracket. It kept me, for instance, like with I wasn't making quite enough money or enough money to really claim as a business. I did finally get a business license teaching, and that put me, on the map. But really, I was really off the radar, in my teaching business for a long time, just because I wasn't earning that much. But then when I got an actual paycheck and a W-2, and that kind of put me back in the ball game as far as taxes being claimed and all that. Later on, when I finally got an accountant and a CPA to direct me and say, okay, you need to do this or you're going to owe this. And, finally I got on the ball with that. It took a few years, but I finally got in there. And mostly I think I would stay in the red. I think I probably made more of a profit in the early days because I didn't have, the overhead that eventually developed into it, especially later on when I actually stopped teaching, full-time in a brick and mortar location. Was still doing some online stuff, but then when I was on the road full-time, it seemed like I was always living, in the red. And most musicians are living in the red anyway, if they're touring and trying to out of whatever. Think about is it's really, really necessary to diversify and generate different streams of income, which is really tough. I mean, Spotify and all those are not paying that much, but you got to put your stuff out there and get whatever it is you can. Sound Exchange is taking care of things like performance. Maybe musicians that are sidemen and part of a band and don't write songs or anything like that, but they do get some credit and some compensation, for having performed on a recording or something. So it's a matter of checking that out. Distribution, as far as, but at least now musicians we have control of what we're doing. I can sit here in my studio and I can record a song, and once I get it finalized, I can get it up to an online distributor, and it's going to get it out to all the musical platforms such as Amazon and iTunes and Apple Music and Spotify and everywhere else. And we can pick and choose where we want it to go. If we don't want it to go to a certain platform, we can check that off and not have it go there. I let mine go everywhere, and whoever wants it gets it. And it's it's satisfying to see that. I see some little royalties trickle in from international play. I think I get more airplay around the world than I do probably sometimes in the U.S. on some things. But there's a lot of stations in Germany and Austria and Australia that are listening to my stuff, and I'm very pleased with that. And I'm in touch with a lot of folks around the world, which is something you don't really get back in the day when we had to strictly rely on terrestrial radio and looking at the world through a windshield, on the road. And plus, audiences have changed. The story I kind of like to tell on how the music has changed is back in the early days. Artists that would put music out, they would record music, write songs and record music, and then somehow they would get it to a radio station, and the radio station would play it. In the case of Elvis, for instance, they played his music on a radio station after recording at Sun Records, and the people went crazy over it, and they kept calling the station and they kept wanting to play it, so they kept playing the music, and it was great. Folks didn't know whether Elvis was white or black. It really didn't matter. The music was really good. But later on, you'd have to go on the road to play the songs and to play what they had heard on the radio, so people could hear the music, live and do a concert. And a lot of times back in those days, it wasn't necessarily a honky tonk or anything like that, but it'd be a concert maybe in a school building or a public building or an outdoor festival or something like that. And people would show up so they could hear the music and have the artist play what they were heard on the radio and play it for them live so they can hear it. And that's why the musicians went on the road. And back in those days, there was no other distractions. It was, you went to hear that music, and that's what you heard, and that's what you wanted to hear, and you listened to it, and you screamed and yelled and had a good time, and you heard the music. In this day and age, with the technology and what we have now, there's a whole lot of just a lot of other noise out there. And I don't mean noise in a bad way. I'm just talking about noise as far as other stuff happening, other distractions, other things, games and news and social media and just all kinds of stuff that's out there. So to rise above that, it's tough to do. You can't just really run out on the road anymore and gather a crowd. I mean, I guess you could. It's going to be pretty tough though. So that's the difference that I see. So the fact with the technology that we have, I try to make the use of the technology that seems like we have a little connection issue there, which is going to happen sometimes. So this is live, and I'm learning that I know that anything can happen. I've done a lot of live stuff over the years. At least we're back on now. Stream didn't have. I was going to give out. Will McBride was on there commenting. He was one of my early students and favorite guys that's out there still doing it now. See Jimbo Thornton, I see you on Facebook here, man. Good to see you. Dave Lynch, thanks for joining in. It's just going to be a long all-day thing. Like I said, I'm just celebrating, 50 years of having taught guitar lessons to a lot of folks. And it's really, as I was saying in the interview earlier that you probably heard, that that's really how I built my chops and how I guess more or less, I knew how to play, but as far as taking it to the stage and making it mean something, it took a little while. Still trying to shake this summer cold, so I can't believe that happened. Seemed like right when the vernal equinox headed in, or the summer solstice, rather, I should say. That's when the summer cold kind of more or less kicked in. But there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot to reflect on, and I'm seeing, I'm hearing from friends here, and I appreciate it greatly. There's a lot of I invited a lot of folks out there, and I'm sure over the course of the day, maybe some people will check in, and we'll hear about what's going on. You're welcome to enter something in the chat. But I took this day today to celebrate the 50 years. I actually had ventured out from the Northeast back in early June '73 and headed to Atlanta, and then the opportunity came across to move into the facility in North Atlanta to start creating the studio and developing a business to make it to try to make something of myself, if that means anything. So anyway, I'm glad to be out here today, just sort of biding time and talking and chatting with whoever shows up. So if I go back into the book here, this is the book that I wrote back in 2015. John Schneider showed up back in the interview that aired a little while ago. I think I look back in some of the chapters here, and the summer of '70, which is chapter 5 in the book. I talk about being in Atlanta in the summer of '70 when a lot of the music was happening. And it was the first time I had seen the Allman Brothers Band playing in Piedmont Park. I see on Facebook, I see Jimbo Thornton's watching. Jimbo, you were a big part, man, of that, because you had the legendary Kudzu Band, and I used to sit and watch you guys, man, and that was you were a big inspiration and a big influence back then, for sure. So I appreciate you tuning in here today. Just kind of monitoring the phone and seeing. I think there's different platforms that I can sort of comment on one. I think most folks are going to probably see it, maybe. So we have just video and just who's going to be showing up today. There's a lot of, and then I think could be some of the one of the videos. It was kind of buffering at certain times, so I'm hating that that's happening. This seems, the signal here seems Wi-Fi holds up. But as far as sharing, let's see if I can got to figure out how to do that. There was a way to present something. I guess we have to go to slides for that. I try to go into pictures, and I've got a file for the Roger Wilson Guitar Studio. And this is the, okay, I can't do that. So all right, back in. So anyway, there's a way to, it's harder to grab documents and show them I can show videos, but it seems like there's a couple little glitches that I need to kind of work out, ahead of time here. So what I'm going to do is go back into the video file and go back into the live stream. All right, there's a lot going on here today. So we got till 10 o'clock tonight, so I'm going to be learning the ropes. Here is this is a piece I took pride in doing back in around 1994 when I was working with CNN. I did a piece on the Allman Brothers Band Big House in Macon, Georgia. And this is the early part when the road manager, Kirk West, was his residence at the time, but he museum and concert hall and everything else. I'm going to see if we can't show this video right here. This is just the piece that I had done on CNN back in you watch it. Hi, Roger Wilson here. Back during the years of 1986 to 1996, I worked at CNN, worked in the newsroom and on the radio network. And during that time, back in 1994, 20 years ago, I had the privilege of doing a piece on the Allman Brothers Band's Big House in Macon, Georgia. This was the home of the band back in the early 70s. And so anyway, I had the opportunity to go down there and film it and talk to Kirk West at the time, who had put together a museum. He was the Allman Brothers road manager back in those days. And also, there's a soundbite on there by Joseph Campbell, alias Red Dog, and he was the main roadie for the Allman Brothers Band, a road crew member for a long time. He's since passed on. Mama Louise, who runs the H&H restaurant in Macon, Georgia, who fed the band for many, many years, is featured in a soundbite. So there's a lot of great old footage, but the piece is 20 years old. And I do once stand up at one of the locations where the Allman Brothers had their picture taken during this piece. And so there's a lot of water under the bridge since then, but I hope you do enjoy the piece. It aired back in 1994, and this being 2014, 20 years later, I thought it'd be suitable to put the piece out and let folks see it. Although, once again, a lot of things have changed, but the music is still alive, and the band is still functioning after 45 years. So the music held on, and I hope you enjoy the piece. This is one that aired on CNN back in 1994.
This is CNN.
Come along with us as we go door to door on a tour of homes. In Mexico, we'll see where a Russian revolutionary spent his last years. And in the southern United States, where the Allman Brothers Band made musical history. Now, if you happen to have been born a rambling man or woman, this next house will be of special interest to you. A band that might be considered the founders of Southern rock and roll once lived there. And as our cover story shows, travelers may get a chance to stay there as well. CNN's Roger Wilson, a musician himself, filed our next report.
In the late 60s and early 70s, Macon was the home of Capricorn Records and the Allman Brothers Band. They've been called the South's premier rock band and the world's greatest live band. 25 years after they hit the scene, fans are getting a chance to see where and how they got their start.
And we came to Macon, and there was nobody with long hair in Macon, Georgia when we first came here. So there were like 10 of us in a one-bedroom apartment up on College Street.
In 1970, bassist Barry Oakley's wife, Linda, rented this house on Vineville Avenue. Band leader and guitarist Dwayne Allman, his brother, keyboardist and vocalist Greg Allman, and their families also made their home in what later became known as the Big House.
She said, we felt like we were the fairy princesses and this was the castle.
Kirk West is the Allman Brothers road manager. He and his wife Kirsten have bought, renovated, and are living in the Big House.
So there's a lot of people who think of the Big House as the Allman Brothers' Graceland.
When the Allman Brothers band lived in the Big House, they went from playing high school proms to filling huge outdoor stadiums.
There are people who make pilgrimages to Macon all the time, and naturally, these fans would be thrilled if they could spend a night in Dwayne's room. And that's what we'd like to do, is have 3 of the rooms open for guests. Have it be a little bed and breakfast, rock and roll bed and breakfast, which I think would be great.
Kirk West is also considered the band's official historian. He's fashioned a museum of Allman Brothers memorabilia dedicated to preserving the band's legacy.
3 Allman Brothers days here, and then you hit the ground running with the Allman Brothers. The Heavy Fillmore days, the closing of the Fillmore East. The Allman Brothers were the last band to play at Fillmore East.
Guitarist Dwayne Allman has been credited with perfecting the technique of bottleneck slide guitar and adapting it to rock music.
This was a store-bought Chlorocene bottle.
When the crew told the medicine company about the bottle's dual role, they sent Dwayne an entire case.
This is a photograph over here that was taken at the original H&H.
H&H owner Mama Louise received a mention on an album cover for taking them under her wing and feeding them on credit so they wouldn't go hungry.
Dickie and then Dwayne, Barry, and I think that's Butch, Greg, and then J-Mo at the end. That's back when she started feeding us for a year. And then she moved over here, and she was still feeding us for nothing.
I just love him. So I called him my baby. I miss all of that.
In those days, there was never a dull moment. I think a lot of people are still proud to say they're from Macon because the Allman Brothers are from here.
True Allman Brother fans might remember this location with its tall, stately columns. What's now a restaurant was once the backdrop for the band's first album cover.
Good old Sunday morning, bells are ringing everywhere.
Dickie wrote Ramblin' Man and Blue Sky in this house. Some of the lyrics from that song, Hello Sunday Morning, bells are ringing everywhere. Well, they do, sometimes to our distraction.
The band's career was just beginning to blossom in the early 70s when tragedy struck. Dwayne Allman and bassist Barry Oakley were killed in separate motorcycle accidents a year apart.
It's a celebration. It's not a memorial. There is so much joy. There's so much karmic back, you know, to watch people walk in the door and go, oh my God, look at this. You know, it's a sharing thing. It's what you put out. You put it out good, it comes back to you good. That's what the band has always done. Music can make you grow. And music can bring people together. And this is like my little way of trying to give it back, you know, share it with people.
Roger Wilson, CNN, Macon, Georgia.
Thank you.
All right, back. So that was, man, that was done in let's see. I did it in 1994, and I loaded it up there in 2014. So that was 20 years. So it'll be 30 years, 30 years from that piece coming up next year. So that's pretty wild. No doubt. All right, so I'm going to remove that from the studio. This guitar up, I thought what I would talk about. I've got my old Gibson guitar here, an old Gibson J45. What I was, one of the things that I started doing in the studio, and folks had asked me about it, was, you know, was there anything that I certainly specialized in as far as teaching, as far as guitar technique, other than, you know, reading music and letting people learn songs and trying to keep it, keep the interest up and keep it fun. And that was what I did for many, many years. I mean, early on. And then as I started teaching, I started listening to other folks, and they were finger picking, and I learned some basic finger style techniques. And I learned I would learn some finger arpeggios and patterns, and then I have to pick up the pick and do it again. But I really kind of developed what was referred to as hybrid picking. I didn't invent it, but I developed it for myself. And it's where I take the flat pick, and I'm picking the note, but I'm also using my fingers. So I'm doing and whereas a lot of times you would use like in classical, I still study classical guitar, but you would use the thumb, index, middle, ring, finger. Like that. I still do it occasionally, but when I was playing electric and acoustic both, I started using the pick and incorporating it into the finger style. So this old tune here, it's an old Doc Watson tune. I recorded this on my CD back in 2006. This is my 7th CD. The CD was called The Way I Am. It was a acoustic, electric and acoustic CD both, and I recorded this song, this Doc's guitar. It's an instrumental tune, and it was using the same technique of what I'm talking about, the hybrid picking, like something like this. So that's called Doc's guitar. It's in the key of C, really is in the key of E flat, since I'm capoed up to the 3rd fret, and then I'm playing the pick and using my fingers. And that's one of the techniques that I really dwelled on and specialized. I did teach some finger style and some basic, classical guitar, also, but more than likely I was just showing somebody how to play a song the best way they could probably play it. So anyway, we're in the coming up on the end of the 3rd hour, and I'm just here hanging out all day. If folks show up, I'm hoping they do. Trying to avoid that summer cold that I think that I came down with a couple of days ago, but I think I'm on the mend. Seems like during the seasonal changes when things kind of hit like that. So basically, just sitting here enjoying the day and reflecting back on a lot of the times at the guitar studio. First 7 years, 1973 to 1980, were done were located on Far Road in Buckhead. It was a 2-story building. Used to be, early on, it was Bill Lowry's recording studio way back in the 60s. It was one of the first studios. And I remember downstairs there was a hairstylist called the Wizards of Oz hairstylist. Wizards of Oz. It was spelled AHS. And it was a lady named Mona that owned it, and they were good people. And I remember getting, a haircut now and then down there. And upstairs was, the studio. There was a jewelry store. Barry Russ, who's on Facebook with me here, still plays around. He was a student of mine for a little while. He checks in now and then. He was running the jewelry store there. There had been a tailor early on that he left a few years in. And so this album that came back out in the 70s, which I don't have any access to and don't really want to, but the instrumental was cool. It's called 220. It was about 220 Far Road. That whole area now is gone. It's all scraped down. It's all high rise, and Buckhead has seen its share of controversy over the past 40, 50 years, obviously, but the memories are still there, and I'm still trying to hold on to them here, or at least just reflect on back what's happening. And so anybody is there in the chat, you're welcome to step in and chat a little bit. There's not a lot happening here, but if I go back into the book a little bit, I can pull out a story. The one thing that happened in 1985, after I closed the brick and mortar location on Piedmont Road in Buckhead, North Atlanta, I went into radio full time, and I went into reporting traffic on the radio, and that put me driving around Atlanta during the rush hours, reporting, doing live shots on what the traffic situation was, which it's pretty much the same every day. I-75, was backed up, and some things never changed. 285, and now things, where I-75 was only, 4 lanes back in the day. Now it's like 12 or something like that. Things have changed, and they're still different. I still remember a lot of good alternate ways to get around, but if you build the lanes, they're going to fill up. So they keep building the lanes, and they keep filling up. But so I gave up the studio, and I still kept the name of the studio licensed at my home, and taught a few lessons, here and there, and kept that spark alive. And then I was working for one radio station. And by working for Metro Traffic, my voice and the reporters that were working with me, our voices were heard on about 20 radio stations on a network, doing intermittent traffic reports. So I got to know a lot of the folks at the different radio stations, and I was able to grab some freelance work at, working for the Atlanta Braves, the Atlanta Hawks, and Georgia Tech Sports, University of Georgia Sports, just a lot of different opportunities that surfaced because of that contact. It was a lot of fun too. I was really flexible. I was able to do a lot of different, in addition to traffic reporting, some news reporting, editing, board operations, live remote broadcast, on site, setting up. Back then they used what was called a Marty transmitter. Now everything is pretty much digital and online and cell phone and all that. Before then, that wasn't happening. And there was this antenna we called a Marty antenna. We'd take it out to the site, and we'd raise it up about 30 feet, direct it back toward the radio station so they could get the live shot, and then we'd test it out. And that's how things were done then, live. And there was things done from Peachtree Road Race, live from Piedmont Park, and there were different remotes that were done, all over town from different locations. Some maybe restaurant bars, had a monthly broadcast or something like that. So there was a lot of great stuff going on in live radio that I was, fortunate to be part of. And it just, it was a lot of fun. nobody was getting rich or anything. Maybe somebody was, but I wasn't, and it didn't matter because I was having fun and still able to make a living and raise a family. So that's a lot of what was happening. I guess what I might do now. We're almost at the end of the third hour, about 15 minutes to go. I think what I'll do here is I want to show you one of the videos of one of the songs that I wrote about being on the road. I remember I was driving out through, I think through Colorado. I think I started writing this song somewhere in Colorado, and then I was out to the West Coast, and I went up to Washington and Oregon, came back down through California, ended up in Arizona. And during the course of all that time, I had a pad to the right of my seat in the van where I could just kind of scribble something down as I thought about it. And I wrote this song here called Rolling Down the Road, and then I shot a lot of the video and then edited this video later on. This is on the CD I did in Nashville in 2010. I think it was my, I believe this was my 9th CD. It was called The Rainbow Up Ahead. It was more of an Americana thing. It wasn't really that much blues influence. It was just all original stuff that I had written and put down. And this is the video called Rolling Down the Road. I'll go ahead and share this with you. See if we can get that happening. Yeah, here it is, Rolling Down the Road.
Driving west on that I-80 stretch, and I'm leaving the East Coast behind. I love the big sky and the wide open spaces that stretch so far and wide. I keep rolling down the road that keeps a handle on my soul. Well, I've got too many miles to go, so I keep rolling down the road. Can get through Reno and avoid the casino, well, I'll be doing fine. Me and my guitar are hauling, California's calling, just trying to get there on time. So I keep rolling down the road that keeps a handle on my soul. I've got too many miles to go, so I keep rolling down the road. Drove out of Washington. Now I'm passing through Oregon. I'm just having too much fun, rolling down that 101. I keep rolling down the road that keeps a hand friends I've known, and so many that are gone. We travel through this world alone. At the end, life still goes on. So I keep rolling down the road that keeps a handle on my soul. Well, I've got too many miles to go, so I keep rolling down the road. So I keep rolling down the road.
Well, there it is. That was the video, Rolling Down the Road. That was the song that I had written while rolling down the road. I guess that was it was so funny. When I did that song, it was it was kind of like a melody was like more or less, following me at the time. And I always say a lot of times that'll happen. It's kind of like an earworm. You've got a certain melody going through your head, and you either let it drive you nuts or write a song with it. So I just decided to write a song with it, and it seemed like it came out okay. So I'm hoping everybody is, like I said, I plan on doing this thing for 10 hours, and I figured I'd be sitting here for a while just talking and seeing who's checking in. We had a lot of people, check in earlier. And, of course, it is Saturday afternoon, and weather looks pretty good outside. It's supposed to be a beautiful day here today. It's actually only 84 degrees here in Georgia right now. So I'm going to step out a little bit. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to share another video with you. This is the video that I did back in it's the latest CD that I did from New Year's Eve. And let's see if I can go back and find the file here. I think have a whole stack of videos. To go back out with. But I can't seem to find what I need, of course. Anyway, I don't need that one. Let's go back into the live stream. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so back on New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2022, I did a show in Macon, Georgia. I opened up for Chicago, the Chicago tribute band, Chi-Town Transit Authority. Wonderful bunch of guys doing great versions of Chicago hits over the years from the beginning. And so I opened the show, and I actually recorded a CD I recorded the video, and the audio came out to where I thought it was suitable for a CD. And so I released that. It's been out several months now, and it was called it's called Songs and Stories as Told in Macon, Georgia. And this is the live stream of that. So I'm gonna go ahead and let that play for you, and you can check it out. All the CDs are available at hurricanewilson.com if anybody is interested in checking that out. But this was the whole live show, and what I did was I recorded it and was able to upload it.
I do what I do.
There it is.
I first started playing music 'cause it was fun. satisfaction I never knew. The games and to do what I do. If I was feeling good or bad, I could write a song. I didn't care what was going on, right or wrong. The feeling could strike either near or far. All I had to do was pick up my guitar. I love to sing the words, I love to feel the groove, I love to feel the backbeat under my shoes. It's all old school, it really ain't nothing new. These are the reasons that I do what I do. Music did for me what I could not do for myself. It brought me through hard times when I needed help. All it took was for the music to plant the seed. The music would give me all I would ever need. I love to feel the groove, I love to feel the groove, I love to feel the backbeat under the shoes. It's all old school, it's really nothing new. These are the reasons that I do what I do. These are the reasons that I do what I do. These are the reasons that I do what I do. I was on the road a while back, and went out for a walk, and I got chased by a three-legged dog. Started off the day not feeling too bad. I was hoping for a good day, I don't wanna be sad. But it all started when I went downstairs. Wasn't gonna be my day, that was clear. My first mistake was when I answered the phone. I should have just let it ring, left it alone. And now I ring the bell and wrote me a letter. The news in there wasn't much better. Asked myself, where's my good love gone? It always shows it too short, never too long. Just when I thought nothing else could go wrong, the top it all off, I got chased by a three-legged dog. Drive downtown, might lift my spirits, I was feeling down. A cop pulled me over Monday looking for me, just added insult to injury. I asked myself, was my good luck gone? It always shows it too short, but never too long. 'Cause when I thought nothing else could go wrong, to top it all off, I got chased by a three-legged dog. Really like to have a day when things went right. I wish for days like that every night. I can't even walk down the street before a three-legged dog runs after me. I ask myself, was my good luck gone? It always shows it too short, but never too long. 'Cause when I thought nothing else could go wrong, to top it all off, I got chased by a three-legged dog. When I thought nothing else could go wrong, to top it all off, I got chased by a three-legged dog. Thank you. That's on my CD that I did back in 2008. The CD was an acoustic CD called The Way I Am. This next tune is one on an Americana CD I did in Nashville back in 2010. This is I was in the broadcast news business for a long time, and I still kind of keep up with that. And there was a show on one day. There was a young lady interviewing a couple of guests on a network news program, and somehow I think she might have lost control of her interview, and one of the guests turned around and asked her a question, and that's not usually supposed to happen, but it did. It kind of caught her off guard, and I remember her saying, she says, "Well, I just don't know what I believe anymore." And so I came up with this song right here. All I ever told me was to live by the rule. I always believed what they told me I should. Thought they were right, and I took them at their word. Years went by, many questions arose. Seems what once was isn't now. No one knows. What was wrong is now right. What was right is now all wrong. I wish I knew the answers so I could sing them in this song. Everybody's talking about what you can and cannot say. Everybody's telling us that their way is the only way. Everybody's trying to change each other's mind for sure. I just don't know what I believe anymore. Freedom of speech was written to protect. And now we're told to be politically correct. Say what I have to say, I say it my own way. I'll say Merry Christmas, I won't say Happy Holiday. Everybody's talking about what you can and cannot say. Everybody's telling us that their way's the only way. Everybody's trying to change each other's mind for sure. I just don't know what I believe anymore. Is anybody held accountable today? Does anybody have responsibility? It seems like no one could care less anymore. We got what we pay for, should we have paid a little more? Everybody's talking about what you can and cannot say. Everybody's telling us that their way's the only way. Everybody's trying to change each other's mind for sure. I just don't know what I believe anymore. Just don't know what I believe anymore. Thank you. I wrote about an old blues man I used to know many years ago that I learned a lot of stuff from. He lived down south of Atlanta back in the early 70s. His name was Willie Guy Ring. I met him when he was 75 years old. I was 21. He was an old brick mason, but played old style of folk blues, the old-fashioned way. And I learned a whole lot from him. It's really funny. We used to do some festivals together and some coffee houses and some gigs around the area back then. And he lived way down south, South Fulton County, which is been all redeveloped now, but it was pretty much, he had the tallest corn down in that area. And I remember we went home after a gig one night and went out to the cornfield to pull some corn in and cooked it up, and it was better than going to the Waffle House. The thing about it was I stayed over there one night, and early in the morning he came up with wearing some knee-high boots and carrying some buckets of water in. He brought water up to the house the old-fashioned way. And I was drinking a cup of coffee and I walked outside, and there was a big tall tree up in front of his house there. And I walked out with a cup of coffee, and all of a sudden it started shaking and leaves started coming out of it and feathers. And it turns out there was chickens all the way up in this tree, all the way up. I had seen chickens before, but I'd never seen them roosting in a tree like that. And I asked Willie, I said, Willie, what are you doing with these chickens? You cooking them? You raising them? What you doing? He says, no, they too old. So what happened was that Willie Guy had a retirement home for chickens in this tree here is what happened. Never got to see him in the last days of his life, but I sure do miss him. So I never got to say goodbye to Willie Guy. Willie Guy in summer of '74. He was an old black man from a little town in Georgia. He didn't know how to read or write. He was the kind so they'd always treat you right. And Willie died, never got to say goodbye. Sit and listen to sitting out on this porch, play the blues and laugh and sing. Time would just fly by. Never had a friend that I loved more. I never got to say goodbye to Willie Guy. Oh, at least I told him he was a good friend of mine. And I know he found his reward way up in the sky. Oh, we never got to say goodbye to Willie Guy. Willie Guy had a good long life, 82 years on earth. When he gave me advice, I can't tell you what it was worth. Even though he was up in years, he was 21 at heart. His humble life to me has left a great mark. One day I was reading in the local news. They said a man was gone that sang the blues. Right then and there, tears came to my eyes, 'cause I never got to say goodbye to Willie Guy. I never got to say goodbye to Willie Guy. Though at least I told him he was a good friend of mine. And I know he found his reward way up in the sky. Oh, we never got to say goodbye to Willie Guy. Oh, we never got to say goodbye. Never did say goodbye. Never got to say goodbye to Willie Guy. Yeah, tribute to an old friend there, thank you. Say, Grandpa, what's this picture here? It's all black and white, ain't real clear. Is that you there? He said, yeah, I was 11. Times were tough back in 35. It's me and Uncle Joe just trying to survive on a cotton farm in the Great Depression. Looks like we were scared to death, like a couple of kids just trying to save each other. Should have seen it in color. This one here's taken overseas, middle of hell, 1943. In the winter time, could almost see my breath. That was my tail gunner, old Johnny McGee. He was a high school teacher from New Orleans. He had my back until the day we left. It looks like we were scared to death, like a couple of kids just trying to save each other. Should have seen it in color. Picture's worth 1,000 words, but you can't see what those shades of gray keep covered. Should have seen it in color. This one here's my favorite one. This is me and Grandma in the summer sun, all dressed up the day we set our vows. You can't tell it here, but it was hot that June. Rose was red, her eyes were blue. Look at that smile, I was so proud. That's the story of my life, right there in black and white. You tell me in 1,000 words, but you can't see what those shades of gray keep covered. You should have seen it in color. Living this life we were scared to death, like a couple of kids just trying to save each other. Should have seen it in color. A picture's worth 1,000 words, but you can't see what those shades of gray keep covered. Should have seen it in color. Should have seen it in color. Should have seen it in color. I recorded this recently as a single, and after all that has going on, I decided to say that I think everything's going to be okay. Set out, hoping for a perfect day, but some of us stumbled and fell along the way. Some decisions we made didn't get us where we wanted to be. Had to stop and take another look to see. Had to stop and take another look to see. Somewhere down the road, we took a wrong turn. What we thought was a good move got us burned. In pursuit of happiness, we crashed into a wall. We were riding high before we took that great big fall. We were riding high before we took that great big fall. Gonna be days, but everything goes wrong. Those good times will only last so long. Today's the tomorrow that you feared yesterday. Don't you worry, everything's gonna be okay. Don't you worry, everything's gonna be okay. To make a choice when we get to a crossroad. Sometimes we just don't know which way to go. We have to take a moment to ask God for help. If we remember that it's all gonna turn out well, we remember that we'll see it all turn out well. Gonna be days when everything everything goes wrong. Those good times will only last so long. Today is the tomorrow that you feared yesterday. Don't you worry, everything's gonna be okay. 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 Put on my suede shoes and boarded the plane. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, middle of the pouring rain. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, middle of the pouring rain. WC Handy, won't you look down over me? Yeah, I got a first class ticket, but I'm as blue as a boy can be. Walking in Memphis, walking with my feet 10 feet off the wheel. Walking in Memphis, don't really feel the way that I feel. Saw the ghost of Elvis on Union Avenue. Followed him up to the gates of Graceland and watched him walk right through. Now security did not see him, they just hovered round his tomb. There's a pretty little thing waiting for the king down in the jungle room. Walking in Memphis, walking with my feet 10 feet off the wheel. Walking in Memphis, do I really feel the way that I feel? They got catfish on the table. They got gospel in the air. Reverend Green, be glad to see you if you haven't got a prayer. But boy, you got a prayer in Memphis. Now Muriel plays piano every Friday at the Hollywood. Brought me down to see her. They asked me if I would do a little number, and I sang with all my might. She said, tell me, are you a Christian child? I said, ma'am, I am tonight. Walking in Memphis, walking with my feet 10 feet off the wheel. Walking in Memphis, do I really feel the way that I feel? Walking in Memphis, walking with my feet 10 feet off the wheel. Walking in Memphis, do I really feel plane. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, middle of the pouring rain. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, middle of the pouring rain. Thank you. Love that tune. It's called On Howard Avenue. I remember him leaving, go to work each day. My daddy had to drive 2 hours each way. In the evening I would see him turn the corner in the 52 Dodge. He'd park it on the street. We didn't have a garage. All us kids would ride our bikes, play ball and climb trees. Had a share of scrapes and skinned up knees. Things would get better in the afternoon. Hear the bells of that ice cream man, he'd be coming soon. There was a simple town in my neighborhood. We were by no means rich, but we really had it quite good. Probably live forever if we only knew. But we had a good time down on Howard Avenue. I was good friends with my neighbor, Anna Everly. She would heat her house with coal and kerosene. Steve and Mary came here all the way from Italy. You could smell her Italian cooking up and down the street. Old Mr. Kaiser drove an old 20s Model T. He lived across the street from old man Flaherty. Old Mr. Ben would yell at me when my ball went in his yard. I never knew their stories, but I'm sure their lives were hard. It was a simple town in my neighborhood. We weren't rich, but we really had it quite good. Thought we lived forever if we only knew. But we had a good time down on Howard Avenue. Thought we lived forever if we only knew. But we had a good time down on Howard Avenue. Susie, we gotta go home. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. Wake up, little Susie, wake up. The movie wasn't so hot, it didn't have much of a plot. We fell asleep, our gooses cooked, our reputation shot. Wake up, little Susie, wake up, little Susie. I never told your mom, never told your pop. Well, I told my those friends, I said, ooh, la la, wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up, little Susie. Is a very special one. It's the 70th year since the passing of legendary Hank Williams. Sometime between midnight and about 4 a.m. or so, he passed away in the back of a powder blue Cadillac near Oak Hill, West Virginia. I had the pleasure of knowing the gentleman that was driving him that night. His name was Charles Carr. He was just 17 years old, and he became a wonderful Montgomery businessman. I got to know him in the last years of his life. He's no longer with us, but he had some great stories about that night, as opposed to the legend and the rumors that you hear. Well, I was coming from Montgomery. I had my guitar on my back. When a stranger stopped beside me in an empty Cadillac. He was dressed like 1950, half drunk and hollow-eyed. He said, "It's a long walk to Nashville. Would you like a ride, son?" Well, I sat down in the front seat. He turned on the radio. Them sad old songs coming out of them speakers was solid country gold. Then I noticed the stranger was ghost white pale, and he asked me for a light. And I knew there was something strange about this ride. He said, "Drifting, can you make folks cry when you play and sing? Have you paid your dues? Can you moan the blues? Can you bend them guitar strings?" Said, "Boy, can you make folks feel what you're feeling inside? If you're big star bound, let me warn you, it's a long, hard ride. If you're big star bound, let me warn you, it's a long, hard ride." Then he crashed south of Nashville, and he turned that car around. He said, "This is where you get off, boy, because I'm going back to Alabama." And as he stepped out of that cab, I said, "Mister, many thanks." He said, "You don't have to call me Mister. The whole world called me Hank." He said, "Drifting, can you make folks cry when you play and sing? Have you paid your dues? Can you moan the blues? Can you strength. He said, boy, can you make folks feel what you feel inside? If you please start down with me, won't you? It's a long, hard ride. He said, Drifty, can you make folks cry when you play and sing? Have you paid your dues? Can you moan the blues? Can you bend them guitar strings? He said, boy, can you make folks feel what you feel inside? If you could start down, let me warn you, it's a long, hard ride. If you could start down, let me warn you, it's a long, hard ride. Thank you very much. Wake up, mom, turn your lamp down low. Wake up, mom, turn your lamp down low. And you got the nerve to knock the dirt from your door. Dad left me reckless, Dad left me wild, wild, wild. My mama died and left me reckless, Dad left me wild, wild, wild. No, it ain't good looking, but I'm sure someone's angel child. Angel mind. Woman, do me this way. She's a mighty mean woman. Do me this way. Gonna leave this town, little mama. I'm gonna where you stay. Better than I've ever seen. I once loved a woman better than I've ever seen. Treat me like a king, treat her like a doggone queen. Sister, tell your brother, brother tell your auntie, auntie tell your uncle, uncle tell my cousin, cousin tell my friend. Going up the country, mama, how do you wanna go? Might take me a fairground, might take me one or two more. Left Savannah, no, they did not stop. You should have seen that engineer when he got that motor hot. Reach over in the corner, mama, got those traveling shoes. You know by that, got me those Statesboro blues. Sister got 'em, Daddy got 'em, Mama got 'em, Brother got 'em. Oh, this morning, got me those Statesboro blues. Looking over in the corner, Grandma had 'em too. traveling shoes. Reached over in the corner, got my little Statesboro blues. Sister got 'em, daddy got 'em, brother got 'em, mama got 'em. Woke up this morning, got my little Statesboro blues. Looked over in the corner, grandpa had 'em too. Thank you. A traditional version of that tune. I appreciate that. A number of years ago, I had the pleasure of going out on the road with the legendary Willie Big Eye Smith. He was Muddy Waters drummer from 1960 to 1980, but he was also a very accomplished harmonica player. And so he and I did about 4 duo tours, about 09 and 10 and 11. Of course, he passed away September of 2011 after winning a Grammy for the Best Traditional Blues album with Pine Top Perkins, who was Muddy Waters' piano player. He was 97. He passed away 3 weeks after winning that Grammy. But Willie and I went on the road a few times, and we cut a live CD in Pennsylvania called Live Blues, protected by Smith & Wilson. And sometime after 1943, when Muddy Waters left the Mississippi Delta, he went to Chicago, and somewhere along the line there, he recorded this tune on Chess Records that Willie and I recorded also. Don't you wanna go, woman, I'm trouble. I'll be all words of mine. And I just can't satisfy, just can't keep from crying. Well, I feel last night, visible in your face. Gonna let some gray dog be your resting place, woman, I'm trouble. I'll be all words of mine. And I just can't satisfy, just can't keep from crying. baby. Can't see a doggone thing. Woman, I'm trouble. Lord, and I just can't satisfy, just can't keep from crying. Well, I know my little baby gonna jump and shout. This old train delay, man, I come walking out. Woman, I'm trouble. Lord, where's mine? And I just can't satisfy, just can't keep from crying. Baby, gonna jump and shout. This old train delayed, man, I can walk out. Woman, I'm told, you know, where's mine? And I just can't satisfy, just can't keep from crying. And I just can't satisfy, just can't keep from crying. Just can't satisfy, just can't keep from crying. All right, thank you very much. This song was written as a tribute to Hank Sr. It was written by a very fine songwriter named Steve Young, not the quarterback, but a very fine songwriter. And he wrote this for as a tribute to Hank Sr., but he wrote it for Hank Williams Jr. to sing. And I found out about it back in the 70s on an album that Hank Jr. had done, and it was called Hank Jr. and Friends. And so I always loved this tune. And many years in a row, I've gone down to the Montgomery Hank Williams Museum and performed this song on Hank's birthday in September many times, and also on New Year's, not this year, but other times. It's called Montgomery in the Rain. You don't have to hide your baby, you don't have to go get no guns. Well, how can you blame me for things I ain't ever done? Well, I used to live here, but now I've come back again. Just to stop for a while and to think how things might have been. I had to come back to remember the joy and the pain. So I'll ride with you before I get back on the train. Just wanna see Montgomery in the rain. Round your streets and old houses, a whole lot of changes I've been through. From the top of the town to feeling down to washing cars and shining shoes. I once went a woman here with ways like I've never seen. you, baby, you don't have to go get no gun. Well, how can you blame me for things I ain't never done? Well, I used to live here, now I've come back again. Just to stop for a while and to think how things might have been. I had to come back to remember the joy and the pain. It's all right with you before I get back on the train. I just wanna see Montgomery in the rain. Thank you all so much. My name is Roger Hurricane Wilson.
All right, back on. So that was the entire show.
Why do what I do?
Come on now. There we go. Had to bail out of that. That was the entire show from New Year's Eve down in Macon, Georgia, opening up for Chi-Town Transit Authority. And just a great bunch of guys doing a lot of great Chicago music. And so that was, I pretty much recorded that mainly to put on YouTube and have some video to show for the show because I was on a good sound system and a nice stage. And it was really a fun gig. And I thought it turned out well enough to where I thought maybe I would release a CD of it, and I did, and it's done pretty well. So it's available at hurricanewilson.com. And also, the other thing I want to mention too, there was a song I did earlier on the interview with John Schneider from New Jersey that was done back in 2017. I did the song on Howard Avenue. And if anybody there, if you're not on the mail list yet, I'd like to give you a free MP3. And if you go to my website, which is hurricanewilson.com, and on the home page, let me make sure I spelled it right. On the home page, there's a link there for a free MP3, and it's the song on Howard Avenue. And it was one of my favorites that I've written. It was just about my childhood hometown. I realize I've talked about that a lot today, but that's just kind of, I guess you got to talk about where it starts and maybe where it's going out of there. As I move along here, I'm kind of looking through the book here, just to pick out some highlights of the past 50 years. There's a lot that was lots that's transpired, and I've met a lot of friends and a lot of good people along the way. Some are stopping in here today, which I really appreciate. It's as I said, I'm doing 10 hours here, and just to celebrate the day and figure it out, where it's all gone and how I arrived to this point and how we are where we are. So it's very informal. It's live. Anything could go wrong, and so far not too much has gone wrong. It's laid back. I'm not trying to. There's no smoke and mirrors or anything like that. No special effects. It just kind of is what it is. I guess if I think about, let's see, what I might do a little bit later on. I might come back and do a couple of live things and some tunes that I've written, maybe just for the heck of it, and just to kind of pass the time. If there's anybody else out there, I've been getting some good comments. I appreciate it, Lacey. Thank you for stopping in. I was trying to find my buddy Steve Harvey. I think he's out on there on the road. He's been real influential in helping me out as far as building the YouTube channel and getting the music out there quite a bit. So I'm But there's the website if you want to get on the mailing list and get to the. You can also buy any music there. We got a special with CDs going on for the rest of the year. 1 CD a week from about all 28 CDs up till the end of the year for like $10 a piece with free shipping, and they're all signed and all that. And so we've got a couple of those that have gone out, and we appreciate it. This is not like a long infomercial or anything. It's just sort of celebrating the, like I said, the last 50 years. As I talk about, I guess the way I got to, the beginning of getting here in Atlanta to settle in to play guitar, it was, I told you earlier about the Allman Brothers Band, that I had seen them early on, as many of my generation had, many of my friends, and we were, just pretty much eaten up by the music. But the way I got to Atlanta, my mother was from Atlanta originally, and I'm looking in the book here. I wrote a chapter. Chapter 3 is about 1966, and my first 2 visits were, I think I was age 3 and 4, and I came down, and I had my grandmother and grandfather on my mother's side obviously were here, and we came down to visit. And then the second time we came down in 1958 when my grandfather passed away. So that was kind of a sad time, but I do remember him. But I remember, really liking Atlanta. Then we didn't come back for many years until I was about 12. And came back and made a visit, and that's kind of when I fell in love with the city. It was kind of a big, small town back at the time. It was a city, but yet, I don't know, it was just, it was different. It was just a small city, but it had just got a Major League Baseball team and a NFL team, and, it was starting to grow. I'm not sure if everybody thought it was going to grow to where it's grown now, which is absolutely monstrous, and it's still a great place. I think a lot of people are moving here and coming into it, later on. I feel like I have the pleasure of having enjoyed an early Atlanta, which was, a lot of times a lot of stuff gets torn down and rebuilt. Some cities, such as Charleston, South Carolina, don't allow you to tear anything down. They keep the history and they build around it, and that's a wonderful thing. Some things have survived here in Atlanta, but a lot of it hasn't. But it's still got a great history, and I still love living in the South. Of course, the music is what drove me here, and that's I guess kind of where I have to leave it for sure. So we're just now starting the 4th hour. We started at noon Eastern, planning on rolling through till 10 o'clock, and just sort of biding time and just enjoying the afternoon and reflecting a little bit. I think what I'll do is I'll put another interview on about when the book came up. This is with my friend Joey Stuckey down in Macon, Georgia, and he did an interview with me a few years ago on TV, and I recorded it. I'm going to see if I can't come up with it here. This is, I think it was in like 2 sections. If we go to, like I said, this is live, and anything can go wrong at any time. So, but such is life. So if I go into the video, there we go. All right. So if I'm going to I've got a bunch of together. I'm trying to put together a possible DVD, a 2-volume. It'll feature all kinds of songs that I put together, videos, and I did the interview earlier with John Schneider up in Jersey. That was from 2017. We did the Big House in Macon, and we did Coming Home to Keansburg, which was my childhood hometown. And I think what I'll do here is I'll put on the first part of this interview with I'll tell you what, I was telling you about the song on Howard Avenue, which is the free MP3. If you go to hurricanewilson.com to the home page and just click on the link to get the free MP3. That's the studio version. I recorded in Nashville. There was a show that I did about 6 or 7 years ago. It was on in Athens, Georgia, on the university, and it was called It's Friday. And so I think what I'll do is here I'll air that. It was a great interview. I caught it in the tail end. It had been airing for a while on the University of Georgia TV station, and they were just within about the last month or so. I did one of the last few shows before they signed off, in retirement. And so but I was glad I made it, and they did a really nice production. So I'm gonna share that with you right here. This UGA, University of Georgia.
From Georgia's international music capital, Athens. Celebrating live musical performance and hosted by Rob Holmes. It's Friday.
And now, as I mentioned earlier, it's time for this edition of It's Friday, which is very, very dependent on the guitar. To continue with somebody who's with us for the very first time, Roger Hurricane Wilson. Glad you're here.
Thank you for being here, Rob.
Well, let's hear some music.
All right, this is a little song I wrote a while back and recorded in Nashville, a thing called Why I Do What I Do. Started playing music cause it was fun. It was nothing I loved doing better under the sun. It gave me satisfaction and never knew. It gave me reason to do what I do. If I was feeling good or bad, I could write a song. I didn't care what was going on, right or wrong. Feeling could strike here, there, near or far. No matter where I was, I could pick up my guitar. I love to sing the words, I love to feel the groove, I love to feel the backbeat under my shoes. Well, it's all old school, it's really nothing new. These are the reasons that I do what I do. Not do for myself. It brought me through hard times when I needed help. All it was took music to plant the seed, and the music would give me all I would ever need. I love to sing the words, I love to feel the groove, I love to feel the backbeat under my shoes. Well, it's all old school, it's really nothing new. These are the reasons that I do what I do. These are the reasons that I do what I do. These are the reasons that I do what I do.
Roger Hurricane Wilson here on It's Friday.
Thank you very much.
For the benefit of our radio listeners and maybe even television viewers as well, I think we need to explain the Hurricane Choir that was singing along with you there.
Well, you only had to pay them once. And they don't talk back to you.
That's great. Yeah, this is all just you. Your
Correct.
one voice and your guitar, but you're running your voice through an effects processor that.
I've got a harmonizer here. I've got it set to an upper female vocal harmony, which is what I like, and then I've got a little loop station that I can kick in the rhythm. And the one time I went around the rhythm and played that rhythm, I was recording that. Then I kicked it back out so I could go back and play lead with it, and it kind of keeps my chops up a lot better.
So you're a very busy guy playing solo this way.
And some days are better than others too, because if you kick it in on the wrong, like just a fraction off, then you're done. But
oh, I bet.
So we'll try to keep it in the groove here today.
Yeah, I mean we've seen in the movie a few years back how Ray Charles managed to sing backup behind his own voice, but it took multiple takes for him to do that. But you're doing it all at the same time.
Well, I'm trying to, for sure.
All right, well, just continue.
All right. Well, I got a couple of different things here. 2015 is the 50th anniversary of the song Eve of Destruction that was released back in 1965 by Barry McGuire. And I took it upon myself to recut the song. And, of course, it's available on all the download sites. But it's called Eve of Destruction 2015. And it kind of, a song after all these years, it's amazing how relevant it still is with maybe changing a couple of words. So that's Eve of Destruction 2015. Eastern world, it is exploding, violence flaring, bullets loading. You're old enough to kill and barely voting. You don't believe in war. Where's your gun for toting? And even the Rio Grande has bodies floating. But you tell me over and over and over and over again, my friend, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Don't you understand what I'm trying to say? And can't you feel the fear that I'm feeling today? If the button is pushed, there's no running away. There were no one to save when a world in a grave. Take a look around you, boy. It's bound to scare you, boy. But you tell me over and over and over and over again, my friend, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. My blood's so mad, feels like coagulating. I'm sitting here just contemplating. You can't twist the truth, it knows no regulation. And a can full of senators won't pass legislation. Marches along can't bring integration. When human respect is disintegrating, this whole crazy world is just too frustrating. But you tell me over and over and over and over again, my friend, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. Think of all the hate there is in North Korea. Take a look around to Ferguson, Missouri. You may leave here for 4 months in space, but when you return, it's the same old place. The pounding of the drums, the pride and disgrace. You can bury your dead, but don't leave a trace. Hate your next door neighbor, but don't forget to say grace. And tell me over and over and over and over again, my friend, you don't believe we're on the eve of destruction. You don't believe we're on the eve of destruction.
Roger, Hurricane Wilson.
Thank you.
Is it safe to say that a lot of things have changed over the course of 50 years, but a lot of things haven't?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that was my point for doing this song.
Yeah. Thanks.
Can I get somebody to run that capo over there? There's a capo on that chair, I believe, and just run it over. Is that okay?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because I brought all the gear over and whatever.
Yeah, that's
that's
exactly what you need to do.
Thank you very much. Anyway, this next song here, I tend to write about people, places, and things. I mean, emotions are a big part of that too, and situations, of course. But my childhood hometown of Keansburg, New Jersey, plays a special place in my heart. And I've been in Georgia. My mom is from Atlanta, and I've been in Atlanta going to school and living here since the late 60s. But my childhood hometown was a little town called Keansburg, New Jersey, right on the Jersey Shore. And there's a whole mess of folks up there now listening today, so I'm going to dedicate this to them. But this is a song I wrote about the street I grew up on in the little neighborhood. It's called On Howard Avenue. I remember him leaving to go to work each day. My daddy had to drive 2 hours each way. In the evening, I would see him turn the corner in the 52 Dodge. He'd park it on the street. We didn't have a garage. All us kids would ride bikes, play ball, and climb trees. We had our share of scrapes and skinned up knees. But things would get better in the afternoon. We'd hear the bells of the ice cream man. He'd be coming soon. It was a simple time in my neighborhood. We were by no means rich, but we really had it quite good. We thought we'd live forever if we only knew. But we had a good time down on Howard Avenue.
All right, so we had a technical difficulty there, so I need to go back in and try to find that one more time. Seems that the everyone that wants to do it. It's Friday there, so we'll try to bring that back up. And like I said, it's live, so anything can go wrong and will. But at least I think what I'm liking is that the even when the Wi-Fi does go down, the broadcast doesn't. It's still continuous, so that's a good thing. So if I can go in, I'll get in the middle here a little bit.
Here on It's Friday.
Let's see which one was.
But a lot of things haven't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that was
Okay.
my point for doing this song.
So we'll go to the song here
It was a
that
little
we
town
left
called
off with.
Keensburg, New Jersey, right on the Jersey Shore. And there's a whole mess of folks up there now listening today, so I'm
all right.
dedicate this to them. But this is a song I wrote about the street I grew up on in the little neighborhood. Little place, it's called On Howard Avenue. I remember him leaving to go to work each day. My daddy had to drive 2 hours each way. In the evening, I would see him turn the corner in that 52 Dodge. He'd park it on the street. We didn't have a garage. All us kids would ride bikes, play ball, and climb trees. We had our share of scrapes and skinned up knees. But things would get better in the afternoon. We'd hear the bells of the ice cream man. He'd be coming soon. It was a simple time in my neighborhood. We were by no means rich, but we really had it quite good. We thought we'd live forever if we only knew. But we had a good time down on Howard Avenue. I was good friends with Anna Everly. She would heat her house with coal and kerosene. Steve and Mary came here all the way from Italy. You could smell her Italian cooking up and down the street. Well, old Mr. Kaiser had an old 20s Model T. He lived across the street from old man Flaherty. But old Mr. Ben would yell at me when my ball went in his yard. I never knew their stories, but I'm sure their lives were hard. It was a simple time in my neighborhood. We were by no means rich, but we really had it quite good. We thought we'd live forever if we only knew. But we had a good time down on Howard Avenue. We thought we'd live forever if we only knew. But we had a good time down on Howard Avenue.
Roger, Hurricane Wilson, here on It's Friday. Well, I usually ask our guests to tell us a bit about themselves, and you just did. So you've taken care of a lot of that. But one of the questions I always ask, and I guess you did address this some in your first song, but what made you decide that music was what you wanted to do?
Well, I remember being about 3 or 4 years old and having a copy of Elvis's "Love Me Tender" and Tennessee Ernie Ford's "16 Tons," and those were my first probably influences into the blues. But then I remember when I was 9 years old, there was a kid that I was in Cub Scouts with taking guitar lessons, and I thought that would be kind of cool. So I asked my mom. I said, "Would you?" And I didn't know anything about it, but when the teacher pulled out the guitar and started tuning it up and doing the old thing there, it just kind of grabbed me. And I used to make my teacher really mad because I would go and play stuff I wanted to play and not play the lessons that he told me to play.
Yeah.
But it always came natural to me, and I was able to pick up stuff by ear. But then I ended up with a teaching career of over 40 years, so I'm doing a little bit of both of that. But I just always loved music, and it just came natural.
Does that mean you understand some of the frustration your teacher felt back then?
Oh, yeah. And as a matter of fact, I do a lot of things different than, than he did. I started out teaching the same approach, teaching kids how to read music and everything from the basics. But that as technology progressed, now it's everywhere, and there's all kinds of ways to play the guitar. It can be the hardest instrument in the world. You can strum a chord, or you can try to be like Andre Segovia and play classical. Just spend years like trying to do one lick. So it's an amazing instrument to me.
Yeah. All right. I think you've got a few upcoming appearances. They're not exactly local to the Athens area, but they're not too far away that it'd be worth letting our listeners and viewers know about. Could you tell us a bit about those?
Wednesday night on June 17th, I'm going to bring my band in, the Hurricane Homeboys. I'm going to bring them into Rocco's Pub over in Jasper, Georgia, on a Wednesday night, the 17th. Then I'll be doing a solo early set at Steve's Live Music in Sandy Springs. That'll be on Saturday, June 27th, and it'll be the early show at about 6:30 or so. I love doing the early shows, and that's always a lot of fun. And then I'll be I'm ready to launch 3 new guitar teaching websites. And my website, hurricanewilson.com, will give information on that. But I'm going to be doing a lot more instructing online and a lot more writing and recording. And pretty much just kind of at this stage of my life, I'm going to just do what I want to do.
Yeah, great idea. And you're also touring quite a bit over the summer, going up into New England.
Well, I landed a niche where I'm performing in a lot of motorhome parks, RV resorts. And I've been doing that for the last 9 years. So I'm going to be heading out the middle of July, and I'll head up to Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and then I'll be heading out to Ohio and Illinois. And just going to be some sporadic dates and writing some songs. It's really a way to get away, and I can write and put some material together and to start recording when I come back.
Nice. All right. Well, what's next?
I got a little tune here that I think the folks at the Athens area would relate to, as well as the Atlanta area. Everybody, of course, has been to the Varsity, right? And
most likely.
So anyway, I'm good friends with. I used to teach guitar lessons to the owner of the Varsity years ago, and but I started writing a song about it because it's just a tradition in everybody's life. Everybody's got an adventure about the Varsity, and so I wrote a song about it.
All right,
call that the Varsity. In 1928, on the corner of North and Spring, Frank Gordy opened these doors, and he made it the thing. A place you have to go and experience, not to be missed. When you visit Atlanta, it must be at the top of your list. What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? What do you have is how they greet you at the Varsity. Well, have your money in your hand and your order on your mind. Don't stand there thinking, cause they ain't got that kind of time. They get your order up fast, they ain't messing around. They get it right the first time, better than anyone else in town. What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? What do you have is how they greet you at the Varsity. Hey.
city. They're making miles of hot dogs, fries, chili, and pies round the clock. On game day in Atlanta, Lord, the place really starts to rock. Though the joint's really packed, everything is gonna be fine. They'll have you in and out quick and get you to the game on time. What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? What do you have is how they greet you at the varsity. What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? What do you have? What do you have is how they greet you at the varsity.
Roger Hurricane Wilson here on It's Friday. If you don't mind, Roger, I'm going to take a moment and take care of some things we usually do as the end of the show approaches. We're not there yet. We've got time for, I'm guessing, 2 more songs. Okay. But first of all, I want to thank you for doing this. Glad we worked this out.
I appreciate you having me. I'm sorry I got in on the tail end of everything.
Well, better late than never.
That's right. Thank you.
There are a few other folks I need to thank as well. That certainly includes Mad Whiskey Grin and special guest Nancy for joining us earlier on this show, as well as some folks who make it happen without generally being seen or heard. Our engineer, Andy Ream, master control operators, Doug Brown and Martin Matheny. Todd Dickey handled studio preparation. Kim Dillard is our Chiron operator. Today's camera operators, Abby, Melissa, and Todd. Abby, you really didn't think you were going to be a camera operator when you started working in radio some 28 years ago, did you? Funny how things work out. It's Friday is a radio show, but it was brought to television by Steve Bell, who directs it. It's a joint production of WUGA, the university's broadcast and video department, and the UGA Music Business Program. And thanks to you for being with us. Hope you'll be back when It's Friday returns in another 7 days with music by the Hobohemians and the Artie Ball Swing Band. And now back to Roger.
Well, since Father's Day is coming up, I'm gonna like to do a song here that I wrote about my dad, and this one here. It's the story behind this was that my dad was living in the north and I was in the south, and we talked on the phone one night a number of years back, and I was getting ready to go out on the road, and I told him, I said, I can come by and get you, and you can ride with me on the road, and we'll go out and hang out a couple of months. And he really liked to stay at home and write and read, and he was very, very intelligent man, and but he had a dry sense of humor, and he simply said. He said, well, if I go anywhere at all, he says, I just don't want to come back. And sometimes I think we've all felt that way now and then, and we laughed about it at the time. But when I wrote this song, I knew how true it was. It's called I Don't Want to Come Back. The happy desires and plans it seemed, but all they really were nothing but dreams. His writings and books and thoughts were always near. When he made up his mind, it was always clear. He never cared to go anywhere. He was always content to stay right there. He always said someday we will, but I knew that day would never appear. He said there's no place I want to go, I'm just content to stay here at home. Let it be known as a matter of fact, if I go anywhere, I don't want to come back. Years rolled by and I left home. I
couldn't stay put, I had to roam. Now I feel like I'm living my daddy's dreams. I just wish he could be here to see. Said there's no place I wanna go. I'm just content to stay here at home. Let it be known as a matter of fact, if I go anywhere, I don't wanna come back. Now when I think of him today, I see he finally got his way. Day he went out that front door, I knew he wouldn't come back anymore. He said there's no place I wanna go. I'm just content to stay here at home. Let it be known as a matter of fact, if I go anywhere, I don't wanna come back. Just so you know, as a matter of fact, if I go anywhere, I don't wanna come back.
Roger Hurricane Wilson on It's Friday. Find out more about him at hurricanewilson.com. We probably won't hear another song in its entirety, but if we can hear as much as time permits, that would be a great way to finish things up.
Here's a little thing called, this is one of the old traditional thing that goes way on back. You might have heard this by Hot Tuna years ago. Well, I know you right, are gonna miss me when I'm gone. Well, I know you right, are gonna miss me when I'm gone. Gonna miss your daddy rolling in your arms. Gonna miss your daddy rolling in your arms. Well, loving you, babe, it's easy only rolling a veil log. I said loving you, baby, is easier than rolling a veil log. I wanna be your man, I don't wanna be your dog. I wanna be your man, I don't wanna be your dog. The sun's gonna shine my back door someday. I said the sun's gonna shine in my back door someday. March wind gonna blow all my blues away. March wind gonna blow all my blues away. Well, I wish I was on that westbound train. Well, I wish I was a headlight on that westbound train. 'Cause when I leave here, I ain't coming back again. 'Cause when I leave here, I ain't coming back again. Shine my back door someday. Well, the sun's gonna shine my back door someday. March wind gonna blow all my blues away. March wind gonna blow all my blues away. Well, I wish I was on that westbound train. Well, I wish I was a headlight on that westbound train. 'Cause when I leave here, I ain't going back again. 'Cause when I leave here, I ain't going back again. Well, I know you right, are gonna miss me when I'm gone. Well, I know you right, are gonna miss me when I'm gone. Gonna miss your daddy rolling in your arms. Gonna miss your daddy rolling in your arms.
All right, there you have it. That was a broadcast from the University of Georgia. I believe that's around 2014. Man, time's flying by. I think it was around that time. No, 2015. Yeah, around somewhere around there. About 7 or 8 years ago. Anyway, I really enjoyed that broadcast. That was a really cool show that they had. It had been on for quite a while, and I got on at the tail end of it. But I'm glad it happened, and Steve Bell that directed it, he and I are still in touch, and it's really great to, the great director that he is, and great job that he did on that broadcast made me look good. So that always helps. But I really enjoyed doing that, and I enjoy doing public, productions like that. the technology in our lap now is really, really pretty amazing that I can sit here, you know, and do this kind of thing, learning the ropes on it. I think what's happening here, I'm able to do videos. There were some PDFs, and I've got to learn. I don't have as many PDFs in the computer here that I should, but there's some things I wanted to be able to share, but without converting them. That's the way StreamYard works here. And that's okay. I got plenty of videos to share and talk about, and plenty of stories to relate. It's good to see Edgel Groves out there, man. Edgel and I go way back. Of course, he goes way back in Atlanta's music industry. And I remember back, I guess it was around around 1983, 84, 85. You're doing a gig back at the Ramada Inn over there on Windy Hill Road. I remember coming out there and sitting in with you and jamming quite a bit. That was a lot of fun. So that was a real true highlight. Plus, you had quite a few singles out and some stuff that you had done. I remember Footprints in the Sand was the one single you released. So that's really cool. But thanks for sitting in today and, you know, checking in. I'm seeing some folks on Facebook here and also between Facebook and YouTube. We appreciate you coming in on YouTube at Roger Wilson Guitar. Really trying to build the channel in order to, you know, for a musician to monetize it and get more, you know, I guess not credibility, but more mileage out of it. It's really important to try to build that watch time. And so anybody that comes in there and watches, it's greatly appreciated. Right now it's 4:47 Eastern time. And I've been approaching 5 o'clock. So coming up on 5 hours of the 10-hour broadcast. And what I'll do here is I'm going to put another video on it you can check out. It's an interview I did with Joey Stuckey down in Macon, Georgia. I mentioned this earlier about getting that up. And then I think it's to be time to go try to find a cup of coffee and come back and talk about some other stuff. But anybody else is tuning in, I want to thank everybody for stopping by. You know, as ever brief as it is, or just watching. I see some other folks. Well, my buddy Will McBride was watching earlier. David Sandy, I see you on there watching. Thanks for checking in. David was a student of mine in my last days of teaching out, and so hope you're doing well. Hope everything is good. Right now, my concentration is, as I said earlier, you know, after 50 years of teaching, you know, I still take on a student now and then, but my real priority now has really been writing songs and recording and getting as much music out there as I can. I guess it's kind of making up for lost time. You know, there was so much time I was on the road for many, many years. And I hope that mic is still, there we go. So, from, you know, so many years, and a lot of times you're riding and driving and traveling and touring the hotel to the gig to the road. And if you can capture, you know, there we're back. Once again, it's anything can happen live here, but the Wi-Fi is kind of in and out. It kind of jumps when it wants to, so I've got to kind of keep a handle on that as far as getting it reset. But as far as you know, my priorities now, it's basically to write songs and get them recorded. To having more time behind me than I do in front of me, or I'm so used to having so much more time in front of me than I do behind me, but that's not the way it is anymore. So, but I'm going to play some of the singles here that I've released over the past few years, and a few of the cuts and a few of the videos, in addition to a couple of the interviews. And some of the interviews will kind of, you know, pull together some of the stories of the last 50 years. I can sit here and I can kind of browse through the book, you know, that I wrote back in 2015 called Hurricane. That talks about, you know, my first job out of high school, which was after I left Atlanta in 1972 after graduating from Woodward Academy. I went back to Jersey for a year and met some friends that got in a band, and started, I had seen a lot of the Southern music scene, here during my years in high school. Everybody from, the Allman Brothers Band on down to, my buddy Spencer Kirkpatrick and my buddies and Eric Quincy Tate, David Cantwine. I think he might have tuned in a little while ago. Hall and Wet Willie, and so much great music. And then when I went back to Jersey, 72 to 73, I kind of ran into the E Street crowd and Bruce Springsteen playing locally and just getting started with his first album coming out of Greetings from Asbury Park. And that was one of the things that I was talking about earlier when I featured the song about my childhood hometown of Keansburg, New Jersey. There was a cover there on it. It's a postcard of the town, and and I used it similar to what Bruce did with Asbury Park. He took the postcard and put Greetings from Asbury Park, which was a standard postcard, and of course he owns the rights to that, which is really cool. And I took my town and did a little similar thing and made it Memories of Keansburg, New Jersey. I didn't run with the greetings thing. That's already been done, but I just kind of took the same concept and tried to write about the town and put some stuff on it. So the CD was played earlier when I did Coming Home to Keansburg, and it was it's still available on the website for sure. But that was one of the videos that I had done. And then I think I told the story about maybe about writing the book and all that. Stucky down in Macon, Georgia, and he had a TV show that was on. I'm going to see if I can pull that up and play that for you. There was in 2 parts. And the first part here is like about 7 minutes, and the second part is about 8 or so. So we'll start with this one right here. This is Joey Stuckey interviewing me on. And this goes back probably about, I'd say, about 8 years, something like that. Maybe the book, and I was writing it in 2015, and so I think that that's about right. I can't remember the dates on all this stuff, but the time is passing along. So here it is, Studio 41 with Joey Stuckey.
It is Studio 41, and do I have a treat? I've got a good friend of mine. He's been in my orbit. We've been around each other for, decades. And Roger Hurricane Wilson here with us today. And Roger, you've got so much going on. We're actually going to do a 2-part show with you. This is show 1, and then we're going to do another one. I want to talk about, there's so much, we could talk literally for hours about all the cool things you're doing. But you know what, you and I met when we both did a radio show on a local radio station here in Macon. This is years and years ago.
Yeah, it was about 20 years ago.
Yeah,
back in '94.
I was just a whippersnapper.
IQ Radio.
Yeah,
right.
And absolutely. And so you've always been a blues man and someone that's helped to preserve and promote blues music. And you're much more a rounded character than that, but you've always had a special pace for the blues. Tell me about this amazing CD you've just put out with some high school students. I love this.
Well, basically, it's I've been teaching blues in the schools for a number of years.
Yeah.
Whenever the opportunity arises, and I was playing Spring in the Blues festival back in Jacksonville back in '06.
Yeah.
And in turn with that, George's Music out of Jacksonville does blues in the schools, and so I'd go in for about a week ahead of time and teach these kids about where the origins of American music comes from, which is the Delta Blues.
Yeah.
And so basically we just try to show them that, let them know that there's life before rap, and to pull their pants up at the same time. But basically everything we hear from jazz to country to rock and roll, folk music, it's all influenced out of what came out of the Mississippi Delta. And so we just try to show that. And for myself, I always loved playing guitar. That's what I started doing first. I didn't know anything about the blues.
Yeah.
But then as a kid, I listened to rock and roll.
Sure.
But unknowingly that a lot of it was British blues, because those guys got it first and brought it back to us, and so the story goes on and on.
It's amazing how we have that sort of circle of influence: Europe, then America, then America, then Europe, and it just kind of keeps feeding. But you've recorded a CD with a high school band backing you up, right?
Well, it was one of those schools that I did when I was working with the festival and the blues in the schools, and we just developed a relationship, and. So I went back a couple of times, did a few more sessions with the kids. The school brought me in for maybe a residence kind of a session for a couple of days. And it just evolved into a thing where I started working with the band director, and we put a show together and did a show for the school, and then I recorded it live, and the CD just came out within days.
And what's the name of this CD?
The CD is just called Live in Concert 2014, but it's the way I've labeled it is Roger Hurricane Wilson with the Fletcher High School Jazz Band, aka Uncle Johnny's Blues Machine, and Jonathan Merkel is the band director at that school, so he calls it Uncle Johnny's Blues Machine.
Love it.
And it's just a blast.
What song are you going to play for us today?
Well, the first one I did here was one that I wrote out of frustration about trying to call a major corporation on the phone to get an answer, to get information.
Yeah.
And a lot of times when you call a major corporation on the phone, you get a recorded thing at the front, and they ask you to, tell you to punch a few numbers, some prompts to get some information. And that's not really what I'm talking about. That just eliminates people having to repeat themselves over and over, answering the same questions.
Right.
The problem is when you get to about 6 or 7 prompts and the human being comes on the phone, then the human being never knows anything.
Yeah.
Right? So then they put you on hold, and then they come back, and they still don't know anything, and they tell you, well, I'll have to get back with you. So that's the name of the song. I'll have to get back with you.
That's great. This is Roger Hurricane Wilson on Studio 41. You are going to love it.
Well, I called on the phone, get a little information. The voice on the other end expressed a little hesitation. She said, "What is it, sir, that you'd like to know?" I said, "I'd like to know one thing that I didn't know before I called." She put me on hold, was listening to headline news. Then she came back on the phone and said, "I have to get back with you." Well, I went to the auto store to get a part for my car. The man behind the counter said, "Let me look here in the catalog." Well, I sure was hoping he wouldn't have to look too far. He said, "This part is hard to find for this type of car." He went into the back room and returned not a moment too soon. He had that look on his face and said, "I have to get back with you." I'll take it one time. Well, it's amazing in this day and age that nobody knows a thing. There's an information overload and it's all at our fingertips. The chances of finding an answer are at an all-time low. Surely there's an answer to a question that somebody knows. Then there are those questions that need a quick answer to. The ones that you ask, the answer is a peekaboo. The question that cuts to the chase and deserves a yes or no. The ones that tell you what you want to know and don't rake you over the coals. Well, I'm so glad my wife, when she thought it through, when she decided to marry me, she didn't say, "I have to get back with you." Tell me something new that lets me think you have a clue. Tell me anything you want. I have to get back with you. Oh, tell me anything. Tell me they don't make them anymore. Just don't tell me you have to get back with me.
All right, back now. That was the. I'm trying to get a cup of coffee here for the afternoon. We're in our 5th hour of the live stream, and I really appreciate everybody being here. I'm telling you, it's kind of a big job reflecting back, over 50 years, as I said all day this afternoon, just catching in on a few little stories here that have transpired. And I was talking about, making the transition from north to south and south to north and back and forth and all that. So that was the first part of from Joey Stuckey. And I'm going to go back in here and get part 2 of that. But I appreciate you guys stopping in and making a comment here and there. So I'm going to go back and find part 2 of this. Joey did a great interview. He had a great little TV show down there in Macon, Georgia. And I was really proud to be on. It's been quite a long time, I guess around 2015, something like that. Well, that was, let's see. Yeah, it was about 2015 because I had done that CD with the high school in 2014. And that's called Live in Concert 2014. So that's kind of what happened. So we'll play part 2 of the interview here from Joey Stuckey back in Macon, Georgia.
Studio 41 back with our special guest, Roger Hurricane Wilson. Now, we talked about some great music that you've been doing last time, but I want to talk a little bit about the book that you're working on and also your radio show.
Well, the book is simply entitled Hurricane. I dedicated 2015 as the year of the book.
Yeah.
And I'm working on that, and hopefully by the end of the year it'll be out. But it just tells the story of my having started out as a kid, basically infatuated with playing drums, and then going into the school band, learning how to play guitar. Then it goes into the broadcast thing. And it just a lot of the great adventures, and I really consider the music taking me everywhere, from having worked with a lot of great musicians to working in the broadcast industry with CNN, to going to the White House, to talking to guys like Bruce Springsteen and being influenced by Duane Allman and all this other stuff. And it just runs the whole gamut of that pretty much. And so hopefully it'll make some sense when it all comes out.
Yeah, and you've got a radio. You've had several radio shows, just like me. You've done several different shows. What's the current show called, and how can they find it?
Well, the show is it's called Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show, and you can find it on Facebook at KALA. The station is KALA FM out of Davenport, Iowa, at St. Ambrose University.
But it does stream live as well.
But it streams live. That's on every Monday night. But it's also archived on my website at hurricanewilson.com. You can go to just click on the past radio shows tab, and all the shows are right there. You can hear them all, forever.
And the last thing we should let people know is that you live up in sort of the Marietta kind of area in Georgia, but you teach guitar lessons there, but you also do some online guitar lessons.
I sure do. Basically, I operated the Roger Wilson Guitar Studio in Atlanta. Started in 1973, and the brick and mortar location was in North Atlanta till from 73 to 85. But now it's all online, and it's RogerWilsonGuitarStudio.com. But you can also reach it through HurricaneWilson.com. And I do some videos and Skype teaching, as well as some in-person teaching in the Marietta, Georgia area.
Awesome! You've got so many cool things going on. What song are you gonna play for us today?
Well, this next song is, both of these songs were on my CD called The Rainbow Up Ahead, which is an Americana CD that I did a few years back. I recorded it in Nashville in 2010. This song here, I was watching a news program one day after having left the news business, and there was a young lady doing an interview with a couple of guests, and not unlike the interview you're doing with me here.
Yeah.
But what happened was one of the guests turned around and asked her a question, and that's usually not supposed to happen, right? So anyway, she didn't know what to say. It really blindsided her.
Yeah.
And, with everything going on in the world today, she just simply said, well, I just don't know what I believe anymore, because there's so much out there like political correctness and information overload and all that. And as soon as she said that, I had a line for a song, and I wrote this song. It's called I Just Don't Know What I Believe Anymore.
Awesome. And it's fantastic. You're going to love it. Once again, Roger Hurricane Wilson on Studio 41.
When I was a little boy, just starting school, All they ever told me was to live by the rule. I always believed what they told me I should. I thought they were right, and I took them at their word. As years went by, many questions arose. Seems what once was isn't now, but no one knows. What was wrong is now right. What was right is now all wrong. I wish I knew the answers so I could sing them in this song. Everybody's talking about what you can and cannot say. Everybody's telling us that their way is the only way. Everybody's trying to change each other's mind for sure. I just don't know what I believe anymore. Freedom of speech was written to protect, but now we're told to be politically correct. I say what I have to say, and I'll say it my own way. Well, I'll say Merry Christmas, I won't say Happy Holiday. Everybody's talking about what you can and cannot say. Everybody's telling us that their way is the only way. Everybody's trying to change each other's mind for sure. I just don't know what I believe anymore. Isn't anybody held accountable today? Doesn't anybody have responsibility? It seems like no one could care less anymore. We got what we paid for, should we have paid a little more? Everybody's talking about what you can and cannot say. Everybody's telling us that their way is the only way. Everybody's trying to change each other's mind for sure. I just don't know what I believe anymore. Everybody's talking about what you can and cannot say. Everybody's telling us that their way is the only way. Everybody's trying to change each other's mind for sure. I just don't know what I believe anymore. I just don't know what I believe anymore. I just don't know what I believe anymore.
All right, so that was the interview I did with Joey Stuckey back around I think it was March of 2015. Yeah, because the live in 2014 with the Jacksonville Beach Fletcher High School band CD we did was in the fall of 2014. So yeah, I remember that pretty well. That was kind of cool. So as we go back and just continue the afternoon here, finally grabbed a cup of coffee and just hanging out for the afternoon, talking about some of the stuff that transpired over the past 50 years as far as the teaching experience. It kind of went in different, I suppose it was kind of an evolution, I suppose, because there was the physical location starting in 1973 in North Atlanta on Far Road in Buckhead till 1980, and then on Piedmont Road from 80 to 85. Then after that, I transferred the ownership to my home, but then went in the broadcast business for a long time. And then about 1986, ended up at CNN, and still playing in a band, doing gigs, writing songs and all that, raising a family, and kept doing that. Was with CNN from 86 to 96. And in 1996, about a month before the Olympics, there's a bunch of folks that, numbered about then, that right after the merger with Time Warner. And but I made it 10 years, had a great career there, still played music. I remember the day that I got let go, I was pretty well devastated by that because I had made a lot of friends there. And back then there was no internet, no social media, no way. In other words, after I left and, was escorted out of the building and the big steel doors, at the CNN Center closed behind me, I was immediately cut off from many, many friends that I've made over the past 10 years. I was more bent out of shape about that than anything. But my equipment and I had to get, and I was on the way to a gig. And so I left there and I went to the gig and kind of never really looked back, and then went on the road full time and started, going across the country and putting out some CDs. So that was in 1996. And when that happened, as I think back time wise, chronologically, that's when the second CD, Live from the Eye of the Storm, came out on Hot Tracks Records. And it was right about that same time. That was the Olympics in 96. The Olympics, I left, walked out of CNN on June 22nd, which was 2 days ago, in 96. And then the Olympics happened in July. So I remember that. And then I went to the gig and then started in 1998. Or started in 97, I guess. I toured Canada, went on a tour there in 97, across the country. We're doing a lot of dates on the road. It was pretty wild. And then I started putting a CD together in 1998. I released The Business of the Blues. And it was, that was the first one that was done on my own label. I created my own label called Blue Storm Records. And because I'd been with a local label in Atlanta under Alex Janolis. He might even be on here watching today. I'm not sure. But he had Hot Tracks Records and got me started, got me out of the Atlanta area and got more nationally known and all that. And then, so in 98, I released, The Business of the Blues. I might even be able to find a track of that, maybe to play a little bit later on. And so such is the beginning of, an independent music career, if you can call it that. And you're still out playing the joints and, dealing with the madness, out on the road and all that. And the crowds are starting to change too. I mean, there was a lot of places we played. I did a lot of, some really cool festivals. And in 1998, went to Canada again. That was cool. Started touring north and south. So in 98 was when I first played the Stanhope House in New Jersey, and that's where I started working out of the Northeast a lot more. You know, originally I was talking about earlier that, you know, I'm from New Jersey. My mom was from Atlanta. She had moved to New Jersey, and I was born there. And I came back to Georgia. So in 1995, my dad passed away, which was a real shame because he didn't really get to see me do, you know, some of the stuff I thought he would really, you know, dig seeing me do, music-wise. I think he might have, you know, wasn't sure if I was going to pull it off or not. But he knew that I was teaching and I was running a business and everything. So he's proud of me that way. And I was at CNN, you know, working there when he passed in 95. I didn't leave CNN until 96. And then after, in 96, right after right after I left CNN, I ended up moving my mom back to Georgia. So that was a feat in itself. And house and relocated her. I went up to Jersey, you know, rented a truck and everything and moved everything down and brought her back down here. And so I had never toured Jersey before that. It wasn't until after she was moved and my dad was gone that I started going back to the Northeast, and things started falling together up there. I met a lot of great people, did a lot of great gigs, you know, New York City, Northern New York, Maine. Things just kind of evolved. You know, the timing is everything, and that's kind of how the timing fell that way. So I look into so I'm playing the Northeast more. I started playing the Stanhope House regularly and became friends with those folks, and it became kind of a regular 4 times a year thing where I could anchor myself out of the Northeast there and then go out and do some other stuff. And it was really, really, really great. Some of the winters were a little tough negotiating those, but the summers were a lot of fun. And all the dates that I did there were just a lot of fun, no doubt. So I thought maybe if I can go back in here and let's see if I can. If I can go back in and find. There's a lot of stuff to choose from. I've got, you know, a million files in here. And I thought maybe from I'm sure I had videoed something from the Business of the Blues. I was sure that I had. And if not, yeah, I'm not really able to pull up something off of that album. I don't guess I really put anything out as a video from that, but I did do some stuff. As far as StreamYard, me playing something on this feed here, it's letting me do videos. I don't think it's letting me do MP3s. But well, I'll tell you what's really cool. One of the things that happened, one of the opportunities that I had, and I believe I did it right here. There it is. There was early on in the 70s, I told you I was doing a lot of radio ahead of time, and it was Christian radio, it was gospel radio. And so I had the pleasure of doing some recording sessions, and I was able to jump in. I jumped in with Savoy Records. Savoy Records was R&B, early R&B label out of New Jersey, of all things. And Fred Mendelssohn was the legendary producer. This was stuff they were doing, like it was black music, R&B, sort of blues influenced, but not blues, but yet just gospel, mostly gospel. Just some wonderful stuff. And I've landed a couple of sessions in Atlanta. I remember at Master Sound Studios and all that. And I think through the connections, I had been playing with a black gospel group that I met working in radio, and I had done some live things with them, and it was just a lot of fun. It was such a blast, and I learned a lot from that. But then I was able to go into my first studio experiences were going in there and recording with groups like that. And so I did a one session, and Fred Mendelssohn was there, and he liked what I had to offer, and he put me on a live recording with a group out of Miami. It was a husband and wife team, legendary. They're long gone now, but they were called the Consolers, and they were a couple, and they had played a lot of churches and had a bunch of albums out from the back in the day, and they were just a duo, but it was very, very soulful, and I got to play guitar with them. And I think what I'll do here, I did a radio show with them with the record that I played on, and I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead and feature that here. And this is like late 70s, I guess, probably around 78, something like that. It was just it was in a church on a Sunday afternoon, but it was powerful stuff. And all my job was to fit in behind what these folks were playing. So the guitar that you hear in there is me in the background, but it was really, really powerful. And it's something I haven't really shared a lot, but it's a recording credit that I really still feel thankful that I was able to get. And I guess that's when my life was starting to change and starting to improve a little when I got around these folks. So let's give that a shot. We'll go. We'll add this to the stream here. This is the Consolers.
Lord, I want to thank you. Lord, I want to thank you. For being so good to me. Let me thank him again. Lord, I want to thank you. Do you thank him tonight? Do you thank him? Lord, I want to thank you. So good to
Welcome back once again, everybody, to Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show, where on this edition, I'm really going back and finding some nostalgic stuff for myself, basically, along with some great gospel music. Back in about 1983, this is one of my first recording experiences, back in doing a live performance with a wonderful gospel group. They were called the Consolers, and they were a husband and wife team that became extremely popular during the 50s and 60s with their long song sermons and down-home stories of spiritual triumph. And they consisted of Sullivan Pugh and his wife, Iola Pugh, and they were from Miami. And I was young at the time. I guess I was about 28 or so, and I was playing music for a living and teaching guitar lessons and all that and going on the radio. And I made friends with Fred Mendelsohn, who was the executive producer of Savoy Records out of New Jersey, and it was the black gospel label that really established black gospel music as an official art form. And so I was very fortunate to be in this session. I'm playing guitar in the background behind these folks, and that was what I was hired to do, and I had a lot of fun doing it. The album is entitled The Consolers Give God Thanks, and you just heard the title track, which was Give God Thanks. So I'm going to go through the album and play it for you here. It's some very moving stuff, and I'm really enjoying getting to feature it, and I'm going back and kind of reflecting quite a few years back when I was on the session for this. It was really a surreal experience and something I'll always take with me, and so I'm sharing it with you here on the American Music Show. Here's the Consolers, and it's called Getting Ready for the Rapture, right here on Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show.
Now I'm getting ready for the
Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show.
I was talking to a lady. All right. A few days ago. These are the words she said. If you see my child somewhere, have you just
That's live music by the wonderful gospel group The Consolers from the album entitled Give God Thanks. It's recorded back in 1983, released in 1984 in Savoy Records, the gospel label out of Elizabeth, New Jersey. And the reason I'm playing this is I just happened to be playing guitar on it back then, and it was just some music I was going through to just reflect on a few things. And these folks were legendary. I mean, they started playing in their group the year I was born in 1953. And so they've been around a long time. They had been on the same label with James Cleveland and just a lot of other great legendary gospel musicians and artists. And so I had the pleasure of doing this session. It was a live session in Atlanta, Georgia for Savoy Records. And the album is entitled Give God Thanks. So we just heard, we started off with Give God Thanks, and then Getting Ready for the Rapture, and Waiting for My Child to Come Home was the last one. And we're going to move along here with Christ Makes the Difference. And this is the Consolers out of Miami, Florida. Legendary gospel group on Savoy Records, and you're hearing it right here on Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show.
When you have Christ in your life, that's what makes the difference. He will help you to bear those pains you cannot bear. When you have Christ in your life, that's what makes the difference. He will never place no more upon you than you can bear. When you have Christ in your life, that's what makes the difference. He will help you to bear those pains you cannot bear. Oh yeah. When you have Christ in your life, that's what makes the difference. Oh yeah. He will never place no more upon you than you can bear. He'll be there to give you strength if you should go weary. Oh yeah. He'll be there to wipe those tears from your weeping eyes. He'll be there to give you comfort in the time of sorrow. Oh yeah. He will never place no more upon you than you can bear. Christ in your life will really make the difference. Christ in your life will really make the difference. Christ in your life will really make the difference. When you have Christ in your life, yes, Christ in your life will really make the difference. Christ in your life will really make the difference. Christ in your life will really make the difference. When you have Christ in your life, yes, Christ in your life will really make the difference. Christ in your life will really make the difference. Christ in your life will really make the difference. When you have Christ in your life, yeah, Christ in your life will really make the difference. Christ in your life will really make the difference. Christ in your life
Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show.
All the saints, so God is going to be there. All the saints, so God is going to be there. All the saints, so God is going to be there on that morning when the saints go by.
Yeah, once again, we lost the feed there, so we'll go back in and try to pick up where we left off. It's a live all day thing, so we knew a few things were going to happen. But we'll go back there and find the consolers. There we are. And we'll bring them in.
Lord,
Go back into the middle there somewhere. There we go.
we need thee. Father will be waiting. Father can't help me to cross. Oh, Father, he'll be there. Oh, yeah. And Father can't help me to cross. Oh, I got one more river. I got one more river. You got one more river. Oh, God. Get to the part I like about it. Jesus, he'll be waiting. Jesus be waiting. Jesus gonna help me across. Jesus gonna be waiting. Jesus will be waiting. Are you ready to go back with? Jesus gonna help me across. Jesus, Jesus will be waiting. Jesus, Jesus gonna help me across. I got one more river. I got one more river. I got one more.
Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show.
The old man's face was wrinkled and his hair was gray, but he was blessed with wisdom in his day. As I sat there at his feet, words of wisdom he began to speak, and these are the words that he said.
There is no other power but the almighty power that can help us in times like these.
There is no other power
but the almighty power that
can help us
in time like these. Oh, glory to God. Hallelujah.
as I rose to my feet and went walking on up the street. His words had left tears in my eyes. Now the old man is gone, but his words is lingering on. I shall keep those words of wisdom
know how that can help us in times like these. There is no other power but the Almighty power that can help us in times like oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you, Jesus. There is no other power.
That's some powerful stuff right there. That's the Consolers from the Savoy album released back in 1984, recorded in 1983 in a live session in Atlanta, Georgia, called Give God Thanks. And that's yours truly, Roger Hurricane Wilson. I'm just on the background guitar on that, but it was a wonderful session to be involved in. But I just always loved this type of music. A lot of my early recording sessions were with black gospel groups, and I just really cherished the experience that I had. The Consolers, again, was a husband and wife team group, and basically it was Iola and Sullivan Pugh from Miami, Florida. And unfortunately, in 1994, Iola passed away, and then later on, around 2010, Sullivan passed away. But they played for a long time. They formed their group in 1953 and have a bunch of albums, so you can always look up the Consolers and check out stuff they've done along the way. This one album was done back in 1983, released in 84, called Give God Thanks. So you're hearing it right here. I'm sharing it with you on Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show. We started out on side B. We're playing the vinyl copy arrangements. And, of course, Jordan River was the first one on side B, and then the Almighty Power. And this one is called I Feel Good. Not to be confused with James Brown's version of I Feel Good, but this is a whole other one here and a lot of power in it. So I hope you enjoy it. The Consolers right here on Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show.
What the good Lord done for me? Every Let me take my time, sing it like I really feel. I'm talking about a spiritual feeling. Glory to God. Hallelujah. I feel good, good, good. I feel good. Yeah, I feel good. When I think about Jesus, it makes me feel good. Oh, yes, it is. Listen. When I can look up, round, and I can see what the good Lord, He done something great for me one day. Oh yes He did. Oh yes He did.
Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show.
So that I can be free. So that I could be free. Jesus is the one that paid the price. So that I could be free. So that I could be free. So that I could be free. Jesus is the one that paid the price. So that I could be free. So that I could be free. So that I could be free. Jesus is the one that paid the price. So that I could be
Well, once again, some powerful gospel music right here on Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show. That's The Consolers from the album released in 1984 on Savoy Records out of Elizabeth, New Jersey, the legendary black gospel label. And the album was entitled Give God Thanks. I'm sharing that with you because I was going back through some of the stuff I'd done early on in my career, and this is one where I was playing guitar in the background, which is what I was hired to do, and I just had a real surreal, wonderful experience working with these folks. They put their group together back in 1953 and had played for many, many years. It was Iola and Sullivan Pugh from Miami, Florida, the Consolers, and you can Google them up, and they've got a lot of material out. This is one that I just was had the pleasure of being able to stumble in on and be there. That was the rest of the vinyl album. That was side 2. We heard Jordan River, The Almighty Power, I Feel Good, So That I Could Be Free, and Oh How Happy I Will Be, and that was side 2. We got some time left here. Going to feature some legendary gospel music by Mahalia Jackson, and so you're going to hear it right here, a few cuts. We're going to start off with a song that she did called God Answers Prayers. Mahalia Jackson right here on Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show.
Jesus is with me. Oh, yes, when I need him more. Jesus is with me. Oh, Lord, when I need him more. When I've gone to my extreme, all my work and pain it seems, then the Jesus steps right in, Lord. When I need him more, oh, Jesus is with me. Oh, yeah, when I need him more, Jesus is with me. Oh, yes, when I need him most, Lord, when I've gone to my extreme, all of my work in vain it seems, then my Jesus steps right in, Lord, when I need him most. When my trials seem more than I can bear, when I'm about to fall beneath the weight of cares, Jesus will help me, Lord. Oh, when I need him most, when the meat is low and my money is gone, and my life seems most hopeless and lost, then my Jesus steps right in, Lord, when I need him most. Oh, Jesus is with me. Oh, Lord, when I need him more. Hey, Jesus is with me. Oh, Lord, when I need him more. Yes, when I've gone to my extreme, all of my work in vain it seems, then my Jesus steps right in. Yes, when I need him more. Oh, Jesus is with me. Oh, Lord, when I need him more. Oh, Jesus is with me. So glad when I need him most. Lord, when I've gone to my extreme, all of my work and vain it seems, oh, my Jesus steps right in, yes, when I need him more.
Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show.
King Jesus is my captain. He fight for me. King Jesus, Lord, is my captain. love me. And again, Lord, I want to be alone. It is when my enemy pressing me hard, confusion all in my home. Sometimes I stand with folded arms, and the tears, Lord, come running down. Lord, you said you fight my battle. Yes, if I just keep still. Well, Lord, oh, my Lord, have mercy on me. Many nights I lay in torment, and my pillow wet with tears. I'm thinking of my burden. You help me burn down to the end. If it wasn't for your grace, many times, Lord, I've been this way. Oh, you said you'll find my battle. Yes, I'll find you. Lord, keep still.
The wonderful Mahalia Jackson right here on Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show. And we heard God Answers Prayers, and that was called I Gave Up Everything. You're hearing it right here on the Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show. Glad to have you along. Don't forget the email address is roger@hurricanewilson.com. I'm on Twitter at RogerHurricaneW, Hurricane Wilson on Facebook, Roger Wilson Guitar on YouTube, and on Instagram it's Roger Hurricane Wilson Guitar. So once again, there's a lot of stuff going on. You can go to the website at hurricanewilson.com, of course, and a couple of Facebook pages, a like page and a group page for the American Music Show. So we're going to feature one more song here by Mahalia Jackson. And until next time, keep it in the road.
When I sought the Lord, I heard His blessed word. I gave up everything to follow Him. Yes, follow Him. I heard Him in a song. And I gave up every wrong. I gave up everything to follow my Lord. Oh,
I gave up everything to follow him. Oh yeah, follow my
You have been listening to Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show here on 88.5 KALA with your host, longtime touring musician, recording artist, songwriter, and guitar instructor, Roger Hurricane Wilson. This is David Baker, reminding you to tune in each week at this same time for Roger Hurricane Wilson's American Music Show here on 88.5 KALA, where the jazz is and the blues are.
Oh, there we're back. I just played about an hour's worth of my radio show that aired back featuring the Consolers. That was the album that I had played on back in the 70s on Savoy Records, and just was hired to play some background guitar behind this wonderful gospel duo. They're no longer with us. They've been recording since 1953, the year I was born. So that was around, I think that was around 1976. Maybe 77. I think around that, around 76. And it was just a real exhilarating time. I was doing part-time radio on a gospel station as a DJ, and I made a lot of contacts that way as far as folks that were in the gospel music business, and I just kind of fell in and played guitar with them, and they seemed to like it and brought me on. It was just some really good early experiences. I wish I could have more of those, for sure. But now, right now it's 6:25 Eastern time. We're in the 7th hour here of the all-day anniversary celebration live stream, 50 years of the Roger Wilson Guitar Studio that I operated and still am operating. Not as much, but just but I'm still operating. Still alive and kicking. Now and then taking on a student, but mostly after 50 years of teaching guitar. There was really over 1,000 students that I documented over the 50-year period that I had taken lessons from me. And I think, maybe hopefully some learned a few things. And I know there's only a handful that I'm in touch with now, but there's a few out there that are still playing and still working. And a lot of them were little kids when they were taken with me, and now they've got their own families and are still in touch with me. And it's just it's an amazing, it's a really good feeling to have done that. I'm not sure I moved any mountains or anything, but I feel like I set out to do what I set out to do. That was just basically play my guitar. So as I continue through here today, I've got some more. My concentration now. I was saying earlier, I'm not teaching as much. Every now and then a student will call me. They want to improve on something or get a little brush up or refresher on some, scale technique or some guitar licks or some kind of something. I'll get a call about it and we'll schedule something and do it. The website is still in force. It's RogerWilsonGuitarStudio.com. But my main concern now is been writing songs and recording and putting out stuff on a regular basis on my own record label and getting it on the radio and all that. A lot of that can be done remotely now. Still fun to get out and play, and I still do that periodically. It's not on the road like I'm as much anymore. Maybe a little trip here and there to do something, but the music is still important, and it's still something I think I feel like I really need to do. Looking back, I keep going through the book, that I wrote I wrote it in 2015. It was released in 2016. So it's been out about, 7 years now. And one of the great adventures that I had, I've talked about it before, was getting to know Andy Rooney of 60 Minutes. I wrote a chapter about it in the book, about getting to meet Andy Rooney. And the way that story happened was I'd always been a fan of 60 Minutes and Mike Wallace. And, I worked in, radio and TV for many years. and I still have I still tend to keep up with that a lot. But I remember being on the road, and I think we were in a thrift store somewhere. Could have been like in Indiana or something like that. I came across a couple of books by Andy Rooney. I thought, man, I'm just going to buy these books and read them, because I always liked Andy's commentaries on 60 Minutes, and that was all I really knew about him, was that he did these little commentaries on what he liked and didn't like, and what he approved of and what he didn't approve of. And I always thought he was great, but I had no idea what his background was at the time. But I read his book, a couple of his books, and it goes back to World War II, that he was a journalist for the U.S. Army, and he was documenting a lot of the Normandy missions over in Europe in World War II, and he was speaking of he was writing for the Stars and Stripes for the Army, and he told a lot of great stories. I mean, there were some things that were pretty emotional that he talked about. That, he'd go, like each of the guys that were flying these missions, and he flew with them, documenting what was going on with some of them. But he always knew that the days would probably be numbered. But it was pretty emotional for him when he would talk about having breakfast in the morning with a bunch of guys, and each guy that would fly a mission, they would fly 25 missions, and then they'd be done. If they made it through 25 missions, they could go home. But there were some days where they were having breakfast, and all the guys, and then they go out and fly their missions and the bombing missions over Normandy and all of that. And then some of the guys, and then later that night there'd be an empty chair at the dinner table, where a couple guys, some guys didn't make it back, and that always really had touched Andy a lot, and I could tell it. So anyway, what I did was, I read his books, and I remember. I thought, well, if after I finished this book, I really like what he did. And I actually wrote him a letter, and I sent the book to him, of course, with a postage paid envelope. And I asked him, I said, if you wouldn't mind, just sign this book, drop it in this envelope, and send it back. And so he did that. And the first book came back, and he signed it. And it was, it was generic. It was nice enough, and he did it. So the next time I was on the road, and I was somewhere, I was reading the second book, and I was out on the Wyoming prairie somewhere, and I was sitting in my motorhome, and finished the book up, and I thought, rather than the book just get tossed around and be rolling around in the back of the motorhome on the road, I thought, well, I'll just write him a note and send it to him in New York. And I was going to be going to New York anyway, and I had been going into New York and sitting in with legendary Les Paul. I had landed that opportunity through some friends a while back. It was something that just sort of happened on its own, which was really nice. But I was going back, and I wrote a letter to Andy, and I told him, I said, yeah, I'll be coming to New York. And I said, I love your books and everything. If you wouldn't mind just signing this and sending it back. And I enclosed the postage paid envelope and everything. And so somewhere along the line, I got to Arizona, and I called home and talked to Jolie, and she said that Andy Rooney had sent me a personal letter back, and I was just blown away by it. And so what he had done was told me that he didn't know much about music, but he had a musician friend that he had known way back many years before that, a jazz guitarist that he was friends with. But he said he couldn't tell one part from the other. When he hears music, he doesn't know what one instrument is from the other. But he was a wonderful journalist. That's what I was interested in hearing about from him. And he invited me to come have a talk with him in New York, and he gave me his phone number. And so I followed up on it. When I got to New York, I caught a bus one morning and went into CBS News Network, and went up, and Andy and I sat around for a while and talked and got a picture with him and everything. And we just kind of kibitzed a little bit, and he was telling me different things. And then we stayed in touch. So in the meantime, I wrote the song called The Ballad of Andy Rooney. Then a year later, I went back and hung out with him again. And so the second year, there was another book that he had written. It's called My War, and it was all about his adventure and career in the Army and what he went through. And it was just a whole totally different from his 60-minute thing where he was writing little tidbits and excerpts about this and that. This was some serious stuff. And so I took the book with me. I wanted to get it signed. And I'm sitting up there. And so this next year, visiting with him, he's saying that he went out and the night before and he had gone to a lecture or some event where Tom Brokaw from NBC News was talking. And he's saying, oh, you know, he was just a big admirer of Tom Brokaw. And he says, oh, man, Brokaw, he's so smart. And he's so good. And he's so articulate and so this and that. And I went, yeah, Andy, I agree. And I said, and I looked in the book and I said, Andy, the forward in your book is written by Tom Brokaw. And he goes, really? I went, let me check. And I went in the book and I found it. I said, yeah. So I gave the book to Andy. And he goes, he's looking at it. He goes, well, it sure is. He says, I either forgot that or don't remember it or what. But it was kind of funny that I'm the one that had to tell him that. But Brokaw had written a beautiful forward in that book about it. So I don't know if I can dig it up here. Let's see. I'm going to go to the video file, and I think that there's so many videos in my computer here. I'm just wondering if I can actually find it. I'd like to play the song. Let's see if I can do a little search. Like I said before, this is live, and who knows, where it's going to go. Sometimes the Wi-Fi has obviously been acting up a little bit. So let's see. It's telling me something. I was hoping maybe I could try, because I can't just go to YouTube. I'm on YouTube now, and I've got to go to the file, but there it is, I think. Let's see. Okay, there's actually a bunch of files in here. And nope, can't play that one. So let's go back in and search again. Let's see. I appreciate y'all sticking around. Like I said, this is a 10-hour thing that's happening today. So it's it's kind of hit and miss. And when I'm able to find the file I need, it's a wonderful thing. So we'll try it again. Because I wrote a chapter about it in the book. And I know there was a video somewhere. I'm looking for an MP4. And I know it exists because it's on YouTube already. But I guess when I can see if that works. Nope. All right, so that's one of the stories I was telling, and hopefully that if you go into my YouTube channel and search out the Ballad of Andy Rooney, that's not to say I couldn't find it in the next hour. So, matter of fact, what I'll probably do during the next hour is try to locate that file. In the meantime, some of the other things that was happening. I know what it was now. I was staying in touch with Andy quite a bit, and then when I left the hanging out with him that second year, he said, "Well, meet with me next year, if I'm still here." And I think I know it was November 4th of 2011 when he passed away. So I know it was, I think exactly, it was always November when I went to visit with him. Either late October or November, and then it was November of 2011 when we lost him. But I had talked to him on the phone several times, and I think he may have liked the song, maybe not. He was funny. He was the same off the air as he was on the air. He had kind of a little crotchety thing, but he was a funny guy, and he was really cool. But the fact of the journalism career that he had, and the fact that he took time to care about the letter that I wrote him, I think what he was impressed with. What I know he was impressed with, because I was on the road and I had my computer with me, but I didn't have a printer at the time, and so I had a yellow pad and I just wrote a handwritten as well as I could, writing by hand, and wrote the letter. And I think he was more impressed with that than anything. And he wrote in his letter, he says, "Yeah," he says, "I still think I know what most of the letters are," but he was typing me the letter that he returned to me on his Royal typewriter, and you could tell where he hit something and he crossed it out, and it was just, I still have the letter. It's totally very, very classic stuff. So right now it's 6:40 Eastern time, and I see there's 5 people on. I appreciate everybody being here. Paul Burke, thanks for checking in. Anybody, you're welcome to chat and talk in a little bit. If there's anybody out there that had come to the studio with me, I know a few former students had talked in earlier about what was going on. And if I look over on, try to check out Facebook and see what's up, some folks have been in, there a little bit today, so that's cool. Like I said, this is live, and it can go either up or down, no doubt. So. All right, so I see on Facebook. I see my buddy Dolph Bossy was watching. Old schoolmate from Woodward Academy, from senior class back in 1972. Good to see you on here. It's really cool. So I'm monitoring 2 different things, and like I said, it's just very, very informal. A 10-hour marathon today that I started at noon, and a bunch of folks have come in and out, and just been talking about different, stories over the years of 50 years teaching guitar lessons and working in radio and the music business and all that. So I appreciate greatly, everybody being here. It's quite, let's see. I go into my, that one. Yeah, there's a way here I can kind of see who's watching on that. But anyway, I'm gonna, like I said, some folks that stopped in earlier and just said hello, and a couple of students had checked in. And after all these years, there was some students that were just children when they came to me, and later on they hung in for a few years, and then they got families of their own and checked back. And so that's, like I said that most of the time today, that's one of the most exhilarating things that I think has happened. And it's just, it's really nice. I think what I'll do here, go back into the video file. I said a little while ago that, my priority now was to write songs and record songs. And I've pretty much done that. And so if I can think about some of the songs I've written, I've released quite a few singles over the past few years. This is one here that was kind of funny. I know there was there it is, cool. it's a song that, you know, at my age, I'll be 70 next month, and that's weird saying that too. But there's the expression going around, and I featured this on with Atlanta's the legendary disc jockey and friend of mine, Christopher Root, on his radio show WJBB, which is operating out of North Georgia, streaming live. WJBB, great station, classic rock station, and he does a feature with regional artists about once a week. And so I went on this with this song here, and you hear the expression, "Okay, boomer." You know, if we got something to say, you know, the young folks, the millennials, will say, "Well, you know, okay, boomer." They'll just kind of throw it off and leave it at that. And so I don't really worry about it. But I kind of responded to it, and I wrote my own response, and I called it "Okay, Millennial." And so I'm going to throw it up here and play this one song for y'all. And then what I'm going to do, I've got a concert that was recorded back on a DVD. It's available as a DVD. It was recorded at Mad Life Stage and Studios, a wonderful venue in Woodstock, Georgia, back in 2019. And it's available on the website at hurricanewilson.com. But I've got the whole feed of it, and I'll play that for you when we come back, and it'll be like a really cool Saturday evening concert you can watch. It was really, the production was well done, and so it was. I'm really proud of it. So, Paul, man, thanks for checking in, Ontario, Canada, man. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. I see there's 7 people up there watching now on the different networks, pages, YouTube, Facebook, on my profile, and also the Roger Wilson Guitar Studio, established 1973 page. So I appreciate y'all being there and checking in. I figured it'd be hit and miss all day Saturday. It's a beautiful day outside here in Georgia. It's only 83 right now, and it's 6:45. So it's going to get hot. It's going to get hotter later. I'm told that for sure. But it's a great day, and it's Saturday, and we're going to go to 10 o'clock Eastern as much as we can, as long as the Wi-Fi hangs out. And I'm really impressed with the Wi-Fi because, well, I'm never really impressed with it, but I'm impressed with what it did today. That when it blew out a couple times, and I came back, the feed was still continuous. So we're still right now we're at 6 hours and 45 minutes of a continuous feed. And what helps about something like this now with the folks that are watching on YouTube, for any musician, not just me, and there's a lot of musicians out there, and the way they're having to get by these days is with YouTube, with the watch time. So the more time you go in and support an artist and watch, they're going to be able to eventually monetize with it and help them out, financially, because it's harder and harder to, gigs are hard to get. It's hard to make, to get by in the music business. And a lot of full-time, guys are, unless they're just writing, massive hit songs or have massive media coverage. And I'm talking about, level of Taylor Swift or something like that, which is wonderful. She's a wonderful songwriter, very talented. And there's a lot of great talented people out there, and everybody gets their breaks in different ways. But more people have more talent than is really that we see out there a lot of times. And so it's a matter of just, if there's somebody you see, support them. And that's how it's done. That's how we do it these days. So anyway, I'm going to play this song for you here. This is called "Okay, Millennial," and this is the single that I wrote a while back.
Thinking we were entitled, and we didn't whine like some ungrateful jerk. We actually studied books to pass our finals, and we weren't afraid of jobs that required work. We did our schoolwork with pencil and paper, and we did our arithmetic in our heads. We never thought of using a calculator. There were no helicopter parents hovering overhead. head. It ain't no rumor, it's okay to be a boomer. And it's true that youth is wasted on the young. Okay, millennial, is that all you have to say? It's okay, 'cause we boomers turned out okay. Maybe you think the state of the world is all our fault, but that really isn't just like it sounds. When we got here, so much was already broken. We were the ones that tried to turn things around. We were blindsided on the day that we lost JFK. That truly knocked the wind out of our sails. But we stood fast and weathered the storm of Vietnam. Now we're alone together, facing troubled times. It ain't no rumor, it's okay to be a boomer. And it's true that youth is wasted on the young. Okay, millennial, is that all you have to say? It's okay, 'cause we boomers turned out okay. Woodstock and the Beatles, but we were the generation that gave you rock and roll. Well done, I'd say, for just some everyday people. Now the ball is in your court. Get ready, get set, now go. Has its high points, and each one pulls through when times get tough. You millennials won't be young forever. You'll catch up with us soon enough. It ain't no rumor, it's okay to be a boomer. And it's true that youth is wasted on the young. Okay, millennial, is that all you have to say? It's okay, 'cause we boomers turned out okay. It ain't no rumor, it's okay to be a boomer. And it's true that youth is wasted on the young. Okay, millennial, is that all you have to say? It's okay, 'cause we boomers turned out okay.
was OK Millennial. That was my response to the phrase OK Boomer on a single that I did a few years back. And, usually if there's something I want to write about, I'll write about it and then talk about it and do it. So that's kind of the way how that happened. But it's almost 8 o'clock here. What I'm going to do, or 7 o'clock, excuse me. And what I'm going to do is put a concert on. I see David Day. Thanks for coming in, David. And appreciate you like the music and especially the live music. So that's what it's all been about for me. I have a lot of live albums out. I have some studio albums also and studio recordings that I'm still making, but there's a lot of live recordings that I've put out. I think I always have loved the energy of live, and even sometimes there's little clams that go along with it, sometimes the rough edges, so to speak, but that's okay. A lot of times the energy's there, and that's what counts, and that's what I think. I guess if I can go back in, I could probably do one more single here. Let's see if I can get into oh yeah, here we go. Now this is a single I did. Well, that's a acoustic one. I was going to try to find the actual track. Let's see. I did a version of Joe South's Games People Play a while back, and let me see if I have. Well, let's see. This is the acoustic version of it, I believe. So we'll give it a shot. This is I may have done this just an acoustic thing, but let's see what comes up.
Talking about you and me and the games people play. Oh, the games people play now, every night and every day now. Never meaning what they say now, never saying what they mean. And they while away the hours in their ivory towers till they're covered up with flowers in the back of a black limousine. La da 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 da, la da 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 dee. Talking about you and me and the games people play. How we make one another cry, break our heart and then we say goodbye. Cross our hearts and then we hope to die that the other was to blame. Neither one will ever give in, so we gaze at an 8 by 10, thinking about the way things might have been. It's a dirty, rotten shame. La da 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 da, la da 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 dee. Talking about you and me and the games people play. People walking up to you, singing glory hallelujah, and they try to sock it to you in the name of the Lord. Gonna teach you how to meditate, read your horoscope, cheat your fate. Furthermore, to hell with hate, come on and get on board. La da 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 da, la da 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 dee. Talking about you and me and the games people play. Look around listening to you and me. God grant me the serenity to remember who I am. 'Cause you've given up your sanity for your pride and your vanity. Turned you sad on humanity, and you don't give a da-da-da-da-da, la-da-da-da-da, la-da-da-da-da-dee. Talking about you and me and the games people play. La-da-da-da-da, la-da-da-da-da-dee. Talking about you and me and the games people play.
Yeah, so that was just the acoustic version. That's I thought I've got the there's about 3 different computers that I work on that I have produced videos on before, and I know there's a studio version that I use because it's on YouTube somewhere, but it's probably on a computer in another room, and I've got about 3 computers here I work on. This is my main one that we're doing the live feed on today, but I think we're just having a great time. I mean, I'm just sort of, it's very informal. There's no smoke and mirrors. And if something goes wrong, it goes wrong, and that's just the way it is. But we got about 3 hours to go till 10 o'clock, and right now I'm gonna go ahead and feature the DVD that was done in 2019 at Mad Life in Woodstock, Georgia, and it's available on the website on the DVD tab. But I'm pretty pretty pleased with the way it had come along, because we were opening that night for Dr. Mac Arnold and Plate Full of Blues, and that was I think that was January 10th of 2019. So I'm going to go into the live stream file here, and let's see. All right. Yeah, so here it is. It's the this is the full concert DVD, and hopefully it's gonna come across okay. Let's give it a shot.
Are y'all with me tonight? How y'all doing? Appreciate y'all joining us on a school night. Got me accused of peeping, but I can't see a thing. Got me accused of begging, I can't even raise my hand. Bad luck, bad luck is killing me. Lord, I just can't stand no more of that third degree. Got me accused of murder, but I ain't hurt a man. Got me accused of forgery, I can't even write my name. Bad luck, bad luck is killing me. Oh, I just can't stand no more of that third degree. taxes, but I ain't got a dime. Got me accused of children, but ain't none of them mine. Bad luck. Bad luck is killing me. Lord, I just can't stand no more of that third degree. Thank you so much. That's a little Chicago Blues by the legendary Eddie Boy. Thank you all so much for being here. There's a mannequin reporting from the White House lawn. There's another one talking out in front of the Pentagon. been said. All that matters to the suits is which network's ahead. Whatever makes them tune in, go ahead and give them some more. Anything that works, from OJ to the gold foil. Those talking heads, what haven't they said? Another strange face, just talking in place. Those talking heads, what haven't they said? Another strange face, just talking in place. Thank you so much. I don't know why I let you treat me the way you do, but I do. I don't know why you let me treat you the way I do, but suitcase, trying to find a warm place to spend the night. A heavy rain is falling. Seems I hear your voice a calling. That's alright. Rainy night in Georgia. A rainy night in Georgia. I believe it's raining all over the world. Feels like it's raining all over the world. Neon signs are flashing, taxi cabs and buses passing through the night. A distant moaning of a train seems to play a sad refrain into the night. A rainy night in Georgia. A rainy night in Georgia. I believe
Never
baby's got a black cap on. Well, I believe my baby's got a black cap on. Seems like everything I do, everything I do is wrong. Said I tried so hard, get along with that woman of mine. I said I tried so hard, get along with that woman of mine. Seems like every time I try, I can't seem to walk the line. Been down in Dallas, Texas, down to Wichita Falls. Started thinking about the big-legged woman. Ain't no walk at all. Well, I believe my baby's got a black cap on. Seems like everything I do, everything I do is wrong. Lord, yeah. We having a good time tonight or what? Let me hear you say yeah. I said, is everybody having a good time tonight? Let me hear you say yeah. How about a big hand on bass and talk for Marvelous Marvel? Y'all give it up for him one time, come on. Now back here on the drums, here's a guy that works all the time and the scenery in front of him never changes. You gotta be the lead dog for the scenery to change. You've heard that before, right? From somewhere outside of Ooga Booga, Louisiana, how about it for Billy Jenkins? Come on, give it up for him. Come on. Billy Jenkins holding that fat back down. Come on now. Come on, give it up for these guys. Give it up. They're working. These guys are working. When I'm standing around, these guys are working right here. What's that? The Hurricane Homeboys, y'all. And down to Louisiana, down in the Texas walk home. Like a big lake woman, it ain't no walk at all. everything I do is wrong. Well, I believe my baby's got a black cat on. Well, I believe my baby's got a black cat bone. Seem like everything I do, everything I do is wrong. Thank you so much. I'm Roger Hurricane Wilson.
All right, there you have the full DVD of the show that was done back on January 9th. January 10th, 2019. And that was at Mad Life Stage and Studios in Woodstock, Georgia, opening for Dr. Mac Arnold and Plate Full of Blues. Had a great night that night. So that was 2019. And then, of course, 2020 hit with the pandemic. And so the band pretty much took a hiatus from then. We came back together a little bit, somewhat in 2022. The pandemic put a damper on a lot of stuff. So a lot of what I've been doing basically has been recording, releasing songs, from my home studio, putting it on the radio, a couple of, and mostly a lot of solo stuff. And I was doing a lot of solo stuff on the road anyway from, around the country, just because it's gotten more feasible. It's really gotten kind of tough for bands to go out there, especially for long periods of time. But still basically writing and recording, and I've got quite a few singles that I've put out. I thought I might still share a couple of those with you between now. So we're right up at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Got a couple hours to go. Started at noon today. It's been a 10-hour marathon, basically, just kind of reflecting, telling stories about, the last 50 years of operating the Roger Wilson Guitar Studio, in between, a radio career and a touring career and television career and family career and everything. There's been a lot going on, and a lot has transpired over 50 years. But I can't really, I guess I could complain, but I don't think I need to and don't have to, really. There's been ups and downs, and there always is. But the fact that I can sit here and talk about it. Of course, I've been referring to the book quite a bit of Hurricane that I wrote back in 2015. Was released in 2016, and it talks about closing the studio, the brick and mortar studio back in '85, and going into broadcasting full time, but still keeping a band together and playing gigs, and then arriving at CNN in '86 and staying there till '96, and then after '96 leaving there, hitting the road, full time pretty much up until I guess just about pretty much until about, I guess, 2013 or so. Still would do the summer tours and all that. I'd really have to look back at the calendar and the schedule and see, what transpired. But then I went into a lot of, let's see here. Hold on. All right, make sure that we got everybody here. There's been a little bit of a goof up, with the Wi-Fi off and on during the day. So I guess we're still okay so far. It looks like, if I monitor it down here, that's why being live, there's no telling what's going to happen. So Let me pull this up and check and see if we're still there, which will be good. So, no. I'll have to go back in on Facebook and pull that back up again. So, let's see. There we go. All right. Okay, let's go back in and come back out. So, anyway, forgot where I was. I think what I'm going to do is run into get a video up here. This is something that I did solo. This is a benefit I was doing at the Strand Theater back in Marietta, Georgia, back a few years ago. And I'm going to try to pull this up. It was pretty cool. It was a lot of what happened was I started doing solo gigs, around the country, and I started running with using a loop effect along with a harmonizer, and it kind of it gave me a little bit of flexibility as far as being able to play and still have a good time. So here it is right here. This is I'm going to bring this up, and then I'm going to try to make sure we're back on all the places, on all the spots. So this was a Muddy Waters tune that I had recorded along with Willie Big Eye Smith, who was Muddy Waters' drummer from like 1960 to 1980, but he was a very accomplished harmonica player, and he and I went out and did a few tours around 09, 10, and 11. He passed away late in 11, but we had recorded a live CD that was released called Live Blues Protected by Smith and Wilson, and this was a Muddy Waters tune that he and I played together, although this is me by myself doing it, and it's one of the songs that Muddy Waters recorded at Chess Records after he went to Chicago in 1943. Sometime along the line, he recorded this song right here. So we'll add this in.
Walk away.
All right, looks like we lost the Facebook feed, which is kind of a drag. We had some good folks out there, and now we're on YouTube. I'm going to try to figure out maybe how to get back on there somehow. Maybe I can. At least we're still on YouTube, so I'm going to go back in and see what other kind of videos we were looking at. There was one here that was kind of fun. Let's see. This was a few things I had done teaching blues in the schools. Was doing some stuff with some high school bands, one in Oklahoma and two in Florida. And this is one. This is a video here I did with the Fletcher High School Band in 2014 on an album CD entitled Live in Concert 2014. And we'll give this a shot here. This is a song called Rock My Soul. It's an Elvin Bishop song. And we recorded it. And this was live in Jacksonville Beach, Florida. So let's give it a shot and see what comes up.
To the music, let it sink into you. You'd be surprised to find just how much good that little bit will do you. Makes you tremble and cold chills run through you. Makes you want to shout, makes you want to holler and howl. music, let it sink into you. You'd be surprised to find just how much good that little bit will do you. Makes you tremble and cold chills run through you. Makes you want to shout, makes you want to holler and howl.
There you have it. Well, I'll tell you, that's kind of the internet's been doing some weird stuff here. I know we lost Facebook on both pages there, but we're back with that now, so that's good. I see we've got a few people on each forum watching, so that's nice to see. Anyway, I appreciate you all hanging in there. It sounded like the internet was doing some weird stuff with the tempos and all that. Not as bad all day, but that was a little weird for sure. But anyway, I've been we're in the ninth hour now. It's 8:18 Eastern time. Been reflecting and remembering all day about owning and operating the Roger Wilson Guitar Studio from 1973 beginning, starting to put together a little studio in operation back in North Atlanta, and operating that for quite a while. And it seemed like that took it up to the brick and mortar location to about 1985. And I can look back, and when I was writing the book, I could tell once I started writing, a lot of stuff started coming back and thinking about it, and opportunities that that surfaced. A lot of what was going on during the 70s and early 80s was opening a lot of big shows in Atlanta, mainly the Agora Ballroom. I think I played the Agora Ballroom about 19 times. Opened up for after the first band I'd opened for was my buddies in Stillwater down around Warner Robins, Georgia, and we did several shows with them. And then there was 38 Special, and then after the Leonard Skinner plane crash, the surviving members had put bands together and come through, and ended up working with them a lot. Johnny Van Zant. There was a band called out of Texas called Point Blank. I remember doing a couple of dates in 1981 with David Allen Coe, and there was JoJo Billingsley, who was the backup singer with Leonard Skinner, who wasn't not on the plane that time, but she had a band called Alias. She's no longer with us, so I remember that. And then there were several fun gigs that we did there over the years. So it's kind of cool to think about. I think one thing that I'll show you here, as I said, I've been recording. In addition to CDs, I've been recording singles, and I thought now and then I record a cover song that I kind of take fondly to, and there's been several of those recently. Let's see if okay, we go back to the this past year, late 2022, I recorded a version of L.A. Woman by the Doors. I've always been a big Doors fan, and I always wanted to do a version of L.A. Woman. And so I got to work in my studio here and put it down. So let's see what we got. That's going to come up. All right, I'm going to lose this one here. Like I said, this is live, so I'm really getting the hang of bringing in videos. There's been some other situations where I wanted to share some PDFs and some documents and some flyers and things from the years. There's a whole different procedure you got to go through. So I'm going to be doing some more of these live streams coming up, maybe on the weekends, and just playing some songs and videos, and really getting more of an idea of what I had everything lined up today as far as being in one place. So all the videos are here, but I'll be able to get a lot better with that. I've got about 3 computers where I've operated and produced stuff on there, with them over the past several years. So anyway, I'm just glad to see folks out there. I appreciate everybody joining in. At least right now we're back on YouTube and Facebook, so that's good. It's a good sign. Anyway, here's the single I did of L.A. Woman. There's a lot of moving parts in this one. This is a lot of fun that I've been doing this one here. So, and it came out really well, and it's got some pretty good airplay. So let's give it a shot.
got into town about an hour ago. I took a look around to see which way the wind blows. With a little girls in a Hollywood bungalow. Are you a lucky little lady in the city of light? Or just another lost angel? City of night. City of night. City of night. City of night. Woo! Drive through the suburbs into your blues, into your blues, yeah, into your blue, 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 into your blues, woo! I see your hair's a burning, hills are filled with fire. If they said I never loved you, you know they are a liar. Driving down your freeways, midnight alleys roam. Cops in cars, topless bars. Never saw a woman so alone, so alone, so alone, so alone. Motel money, murder, madness. This train's the move from glad to sadness. Mr. Mojo rising, Mr. Mojo rising, Mr. Mojo rising, 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 Mr. Mojo rising, gotta keep on rising, rising, rising. or just another lost angel. City of night, city of night, city of night, city of night. LA woman, LA woman, LA woman, LA woman, LA woman, LA woman, LA, 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 LA woman.
There it was, LA Woman. That was the single that I recorded in the last part of 2022. It was a lot of fun doing that one. Just putting the parts together and trying to, figure out what's going to go where. There's a big part of what you got to deal with in doing something like that. And I'm going through more and more videos. I'm glad we got back online here. It looks like we're up on all three of the forums, YouTube, and on the profile and on the Guitar Studio page. So, like I said, excuse the rough edges. When it's live, and anything can happen. But for some reason, this StreamYard concept of going on and linking from one page to the next is really nice. And the fact, even when there's some Wi-Fi problems, they were able to hold on and keep the feed continuous. So that's really nice. I'm learning a lot today. There'll be another time when I can bring some more stuff in and maybe kind of more or less talk about it, like sharing a screen with some PDFs, and I'll start constructing that sometime pretty soon. I'm going to look back and see if I can't find something else here that I was interested in showing. And let's see. If I go back into the music file, I did there we go. I did a CD as a kind of a tribute to Bruce Springsteen back in 2018, coming from Jersey. I had, seen Bruce in the early days and, pretty much followed him, and then participating on the E Street channel on Sirius XM, and become friends with those guys, Jim Rotolo and all those folks. It's just a bunch of good people. And this is one song that I did on the CD that I would like to share with you. It's one of my favorite Bruce songs. It's a thing called Gypsy Biker. So let's give that a shot.
Speculators made their money on little blood you shed. Your mama's pulled the sheets up off your bed. Profiteers on Jane Street sold your shoes and clothes Ain't nobody talking 'cause everybody knows. We pulled your cycle out of the garage and polished up the chrome. Our gypsy bikers coming home. Sister Mary sits with your colors. Brother John is drunk and gone. This whole town's been rousted. Which side are you on? The favorite march up over the hill in some fool's parade, shouting victory for the righteous, but there ain't much here but graves. Ain't nobody talking, we're just waiting on the phone. Our gypsy bikers coming home. Rode her into the foothills, Bobby brought the gasoline. Stood around her in a circle as she lit up the ravine. Spring high desert wind rushed down on us all the way back home. To the dead, it don't matter much about who's wrong or right. You asked me that question, I didn't get it right. You slipped into your darkness, now that all remains is my love for you, brother, lies still and unchanged. To them that threw you away, you ain't nothing but gone. Our gypsy biker coming home. Now I'm out counting white lines and getting stoned. Our gypsy bikers coming home.
All right, that was the track Gypsy Biker from the Roger Hurricane Wilson Covers the Boss. I did that back in 2018 and 2019. Somehow the internet is just kind of really, really funny. I was testing it on a couple of things, so sometimes the MP4s are coming through weird. And again, that's just part of doing the live thing here. So, but I appreciate you bearing with me and showing up today, and the folks that have been watching and commenting and chatting and everything. It's really, really been great. And it kind of puts it back into perspective on appreciating what's gone on, over the past 50 years or so. I guess another thing that that I've been talking about was, after teaching guitar for many, many years, it came along to where the program blues in the schools started taking effect. And it was a matter of going into schools and kind of teaching kids the basics of American music, which really evolved in the Mississippi Delta and the blues, which evolved into rock and roll and all that, and basically into American music. And I got really involved in that for a long time, working with different school systems around the country. I did sessions in some colleges and elementary schools and high schools, different states, from the north through the south, through the west, Midwest. And it was really, pretty exhilarating. I'm trying to find and earlier I played the one CD that I did with the Fletcher High School Band in Jacksonville Beach, Florida. And I did 2 more CDs with 2 other schools. And if I can go in and dig one out here, I think I can go into the Renniesville Festival, which was, let's see. I'm trying to find that. Okay, I don't think that. Well, here's one that I did. I did a couple of at the Renniesville Dustle Dawn Blues Festival. This is not with the high school band, but this was myself playing along with Broadway Jimmy, famous blues bass player. I believe was out of Texas, and he's been going to this festival for many years. And this is just a set back in Oklahoma that we did together. And I think I'll throw this one at you here if that's okay.
Got me accused of peeping. Well, I can't see a thing. Got me accused of begging. I can't even raise my head. Bad luck. Bad luck is killing me. Lord, I just can't stand no more of that third degree. Got me accused of murder. Well, I ain't hurt a man. Got me accused of forgery. I can't even write my name. Bad luck. Bad luck is killing me. Lord, I just can't stand no more of that third degree. Got me accused of taxes. Well, I ain't got a dime. Got me accused of children, and ain't one of them mine.